300 million kilometers from the nearest inhabited station, a vessel the size of a heavy freighter was doing something no vessel should do in open space. Absolutely nothing. No drive signature, no electromagnetic leakage, no thermal bloom. Hull temperature matched to ambient void at 271 degrees below zero by a radiative suppression system that had cost more to install than the ship itself. From any sensor array within standard detection range, the silhouette ceased to exist. Inside, the team breathed recycled air in the dark. The thing filling the observation port was not a structure, it was the absence of universe. A lightless disk of dead geometry spanning more than a full astronomical unit in diameter, hanging in the void with the permanent indifference of a geological formation. Not built, solidified, pressed into being by architects whose names had been erased from every recorded history in the occupied galaxy. Cipher had seen schematics before the mission. They had not helped. Schematics implied edges, boundaries, a thing with a shape that stopped somewhere. The sphere did not stop. It continued in every direction past the limit of the optics and kept going, and the brain, running its standard size estimation routines, returned in error. The outer hull was fractured. The solar plates, hexagonal panels running thousands of kilometers edge to edge, had been warped by internal pressure pressing outward from the core across geological time, slow and irresistible. Deep fissures ran between the plates, and through those fissures bled a faint reddish glow. Not enough to see by. Just enough to make the surrounding darkness look absolute by comparison. The glow was not uniform. It pulsed faintly in some sectors, and was entirely absent in others. And where it was absent, the hull was a darkness so complete it registered to the eye as a void within a void. Whatever the builders had been, the scale of their ambition had fallen somewhere between a civilization and a force of nature. This structure was the residue. Cooling, cracking, folding inward over 1,000,000 years, and still too large to fully fail. His fingertips transmitted cold through the observation port glass. He pulled them back. Running confirmation on the PLC bypass kit. Every module tested before we suit up. Already ran it twice. Archive spec reads as an antique automated pressure seal. Well within our kit's rated range. In theory, the bypass opens it clean. In theory. In very confident theory. 80, maybe 85% confidence. A silence that lasted 3 seconds. 90. That last 10 is purely unknown mechanical tolerance drift. The lock hasn't been touched in an unrecorded number of centuries. The compression seals may have shifted. Compressed, warped, fused, or otherwise become non-nominal. The language is flexible on that last 10%. 400 kilometers away, the fractured crust waited without patience, without threat, without anything at all. That was the quality of it that refused to leave the back of his mind. The sphere did not care whether they survived. A structure built to harvest the entire energy output of a living star, now sealed around a dead one, dark and silent for 900,000 years. He had planned against active threats before, against hostile operators, hostile terrain, hostile atmospheres. He had no protocol for a billion-ton machine that simply did not notice you. A structure had no intent, but indifference at sufficient scale produced outcomes that were difficult to distinguish from malice. Suit up, cold thrusters only, nothing active until we're inside. Suiting up in zero gravity on a ship running minimal power took 11 minutes. The sequence ran by muscle memory, helmet seals, pressure check, tether coil, weapons lock, PLC module to the left thigh mount. The suit's thermal suppression layer activated with a low hiss as it cycled up to operational pressure. The HUD populated in layers: suit integrity, external temperature, oxygen reserve, comms status, tether tension, green across the board. The simulation had not included standing in front of an object the size of a small solar system, But there was nothing useful to say about that. The scale had already communicated everything it needed to. The airlock cycle was the last sound for a long time. Then vacuum, and the stars at the periphery reduced to peripheral pinpricks, and the hull filling the entire field of vision like a dead continent, dark, curved, vast, and utterly indifferent to the 4 small figures crossing toward it on cold thrusters. The approach burned 40 minutes. Up close, the narrow fracture point they were targeting lost all sense of human scale. The channel walls rose 600 meters on either side, composite alloy that the passive sensors measured at 3 times the molecular density of refined osmium at the surface. Deeper in, the material shifted composition, a molecular bonding structure with no match in the ship's materials database, something the builders had apparently produced rather than found. The fracture walls caught the faint reddish bleed from the fissures and threw it back in dull, irregular patches. The only illumination, the only color in the void. The maintenance airlock was a circular seam in the far wall, 4 meters in diameter, sealed with a pressure ring oxidized to dark amber by centuries of void chemistry. No indicator lights, no readable interface, just the seam and the silence. The PLC module pressed flat against the ring. Ugly equipment, a dense panel of circuitry and mechanical override interfaces designed to read and manipulate the control architecture of antique automated systems without triggering their fail-safes. It required physical contact. The faint vibration of its scan resonated through the gloves against the hull. The module's primary read cycle took 30 seconds. 30 seconds of standing against the face of the sphere in minus 243-degree vacuum, tethered to a strut that might or might not have been rated for current loads, while the module worked through an architecture it had never been explicitly designed to encounter. Ambient external temperature, minus 243 degrees. Unprotected tissue reached cellular necrosis in approximately 4 seconds at that reading. Not a threat assessment, a calibration point, a reminder that the environment was not neutral and never had been, and that every layer of the protection stack was simultaneously the thing keeping them alive and the thing that would kill them if it failed. First access protocol, rejected. A variant, rejected. A second variant. The ring shivered. Heart rate is spiking. Mark it. Read you. Lock is responding. Bootstrap handshake running on degraded cycle speeds. Give it time. A third variant. The locking ring shuddered against the palm through the suit material. Then, with the low, grinding protest of a mechanism that had not moved in an unmeasured number of lifetimes, the pressure seal disengaged. A whisper of ancient evacuated atmosphere, detectable only by the suit's external monitors, a pressure differential so small it barely registered, and the hatch swung inward on magnetic actuators that still impossibly functioned. The metal at the hinge points caught the faint reddish glow from the fissures and threw back a dull reflection for half a second before the hatch completed its arc and the reflection was gone. Time noted in the mission log, no relief. Relief was a post-mission variable, in first. The interior was not dark the way a room with the lights off is dark. It was the absolute absence of light that exists only in sealed spaces that have received no photon source across geological spans of time. Active lighting reached approximately 8 meters before the beam was absorbed by scale. Rangefinder data resolved a corridor 12 meters wide and 9 meters tall, curving gently inward in both directions. The walls were smooth composite, the same high-density alloy as the outer hull, with integrated conduit channels running along every surface in patterns that suggested a logic that could not be decoded on first exposure. Lighting killed. The darkness that replaced it had weight. The suit's biometric package registered a measurable spike in baseline cortisol. Not panic, the body doing what bodies do when input is eliminated entirely. Training covered sensory deprivation. The brain understood it was receiving less information, not encountering an actual threat. That knowledge did not make the darkness feel smaller. The absence of light in this corridor had been accumulating for 900,000 years, compressed into a physical quality that had no useful label. It was not the dark of an unlit room or a cave or a sealed container. It was a dark that had never been interrupted. A dark that had outlasted every civilization currently drawing power from a functioning star. The structural hum arrived through the boot soles. Not sound. Too low frequency for that. Pure vibration, moving up through the floor material into the legs, periodic and faint. Like standing on the surface of something breathing very slowly. 3 cycles to confirm the interval, 3 more to confirm the consistency. Filed. No explanation reached for yet. Inside. Light discipline. Thermal only. The team entered one by one. The hatch sealed behind the last with the same grinding complaint as before. After that, the only inputs were the quiet cycling of suit atmosphere systems and the low-frequency vibration through the floor, and neither of those was really a sound so much as a physical presence against the silence. Local mapping active. Pulling corridor geometry from sonar returns. Extended range. It's a large space. Returns coming from surfaces more than 2 kilometers out in the inward direction. Condition report. Suit integrity nominal across all 4. PLC kit recharged and stowed. Ambient temperature in the accessible corridor reads -206 degrees. No movement on thermal. No electromagnetic signatures above background noise. Passive EM spectrum is chaotic throughout. Sphere's kinetic field decay is generating broadband interference across most standard comm range. Tight beam only at any real distance. Already on it. Right. Yes. -206. That number was wrong in a specific way. The outer hull, directly exposed to the void, should have read colder. Closer to the void baseline of -271. Something inside the sphere was retaining heat, warming the accessible surface corridors to a measurably higher baseline than the surrounding space. Something was generating thermal output. The structure was supposed to be dead. That word, dead, was doing significant work in the survey archive, and it was beginning to feel imprecise. Proceed to waypoint Alpha, single file, tether intervals at 5 meters. No active emissions except tight beam. They moved. The corridor curved inward. The structural hum intensified marginally with each 100 meters, not louder, more complex, as though additional systems at different distances were contributing to the baseline. The conduit channels on the walls thickened as they progressed, narrow tributaries joining into main lines. The logic of the architecture becoming slightly more legible with distance from the entry point. Whatever this place had been designed to do, it had been designed with redundancy at every level, every conduit duplicated, every junction branched in multiple directions. The builders had not trusted single points of failure. At the second branch, the passage widened into a corridor with trunk conduits as large as shuttle bays running the full ceiling length. A palm pressed flat against the nearest trunk registered a change in the vibration. Stronger, directional, as though the line still carried something over enormous distances. 3 seconds of contact. Then the palm came away. Waypoint Alpha, a junction opening into a space the rough dimensions of a cargo bay. Conduit channels converging at a central hub that had once been an automated monitoring station. Empty equipment racks, stripped mounting brackets, cold ancient metal, smoother than anything modern manufacturing produced, with no visible tool marks or seams. Whatever had been here, someone had stripped it, recently enough that the mounting points still showed the ghost of where the equipment had sat, slightly warmer in the thermal scan than the surrounding surface, the residual heat differential not yet equalized by the dead air of the corridor. Stop. The passive thermal package was showing something the brain was not immediately processing correctly. The readout that had held a stable line at -206 degrees for the entire approach now showed something different. A spike. A sharp thermal peak lasting approximately 2 seconds. Then a drop back to baseline. Then, 4 seconds later, another peak. Identical. Then another. Rhythmic. Precise. Consistent interval. 7 complete pulses observed without moving. Calibration check on the thermal sensors. Nominal. Local interference from kinetic field decay at this specific frequency. None. Cross-reference of every team member against the signature's point of origin. None of them producing it. The pulses were coming from below. Not from any accessible corridor. From the direction of the stellar core. 960 million kilometers beneath the boot soles, separated by more dead metal than the human mind had vocabulary for. The Galactic Survey archive on this object ran to 412 volumes across 11 academic institutions. Every one of them described the stellar remnant at this sphere's center as inert. Cold. Fusion cycle complete and terminal for over 1 million years. The executive summary had been persuasive on the transit out. It had used the word dead 14 times in 20 pages. The structural hum through the floor changed. Not in frequency, in quality. The difference between a machine idling and a machine under load. The change had not been sudden. It had accumulated over the last several minutes of the approach, and only now, standing still, was it legible as a change at all. Some threshold below had shifted, and the vibration transmitting through the floor since the hatch was now marginally, measurably different from what it had been on entry, as though something far beneath had noticed the weight of 4 additional presences on its surface and had not responded exactly, adjusted, the way a large breathing animal adjusts its weight in sleep when something small lands on it. Down there, in a star catalogued as cold and extinguished for over 1 million years, something was generating heat, generating it on a 4-second cycle, generating it with the precision that meant process, not decay. Pulse 15, pulse 16. Fixer, I see it. The command uplink activated, tight beam, encrypted, bounced through the relay package anchored in the fracture wall on entry. Visuals are useless. Switching to thermal. Command, the graveyard is breathing. Command silence stretched 4 full seconds past what transmission lag could account for. Pulse 17. Pulse 18. Perfect interval. Perfect amplitude. Not decay. Not mechanical resonance from the sphere's collapsing architecture. A source. Something active. Something that had been running deep below the dead crust for an unknown duration. Running while the galaxy above catalogued this place as an empty tomb and moved on. Pulse 19. Something in the dark below had known exactly how long it had before anyone came looking. Chapter 2. The Rusted Gravity Wells. The chasm had no bottom. That was the first thing the sonar returned when the depth scan ran from the lip of the descent shaft. A clean return from the near walls. A clean return from the strut matrix extending outward in every direction. And then nothing. The pulse went down and did not come back. Not a malfunction. Not interference from the sphere's kinetic field decay, which was generating broadband static across most of the sensor range at this depth. The space below simply extended beyond the sonar's rated range of 4 kilometers. And whatever was at the bottom of it was too far away and too dark and too vast to bother reflecting anything back. The sonar beam went into the dark like a question, and the dark did not answer. Depth reading is open. Range to floor, unresolved. The shaft is a straight drop and the sonar is not finding a floor. How far rated? 4 kilometers. Whatever is below us is more than 4 kilometers down. The sphere's interior diameter is close to 150 million kilometers. A pause that lasted 2 full seconds. We are standing at the top of a shaft that drops approximately 150 million kilometers. Tether check. All lines. The descent shaft was a maintenance access point running perpendicular to the outer hull, bored through the sphere's structural frame with the same seamless precision as every other surface in the structure. At the top it was manageable, 30 meters across, close walls, a defined shape. Then it opened. 30 meters became 300, became 3,000. The structural frame stepping back in massive increments as depth increased, each level adding another tier of cross-bracing struts extending horizontally into the dark, like the ribs of something enormous. The scale compounded with every meter of descent. By the time the team had dropped 200 meters on their primary tethers, the shaft walls had receded to the edge of what the suit optics could resolve, and the nearest cross struts were over a kilometer away. The structural hum was louder here, more present. It came through the tether lines as well as through the boot soles, a continuous low-frequency vibration that resonated faintly in the chest cavity when the suit's thermal dampening cycled between intervals. Not sound, exactly. The body recognized it as something that should have a source, and the absence of any visible source was the disorienting part. Below, the dark extended without floor, without reference, without limit. The tether lines descended into it and disappeared. The fact that they were attached to something below was an abstraction the eye could not confirm. The team descended in staggered formation, 4 operators, primary and secondary tethers to the cross-brace network, 8-meter intervals, descent rate held at 1 meter per second. The tether lines hummed with tension under the load. From 200 meters down, looking outward into the chasm, the interior geometry became something else. Not a shaft at all, but an interior so large that the shaft was an architectural footnote. The sphere's structural frame filled the volume in every direction, strut after strut, cross-brace after cross-brace, the lattice extending for distances that made the width of the original descent point seem intimate. Far above, the entry corridor was a pale rectangle. Below, in every other direction, nothing. The tether lines went into it and stopped existing at the edge of the lighting range. The anchor points beneath them had been confirmed on maglock contact, but could not be seen. Operations in absolute darkness at this depth required a specific relationship with the idea of verification. The instruments said the anchor was there. The tension in the line confirmed something was holding, and those 2 data points had to be sufficient because no amount of looking would add anything more. Kinetic field readings are nominal at 200 meters, baseline gravity holding at standard. Tether tension consistent across all 4 lines. Descent rate at 1 meter per second, no drift detected. Standard vertical insertion protocol. Rehearsed in training environments with predictable physics and functional safety equipment. The kind of procedure that assumed the gravity was going to behave. Anomaly. The voice had changed, not panic. The sharp focus that preceded it in someone who was very good at their job. The voice of a person who had just read a number that did not fit the model and was running through all possible explanations for why it might be wrong. Define anomaly. Local kinetic field reading is spiking, not a gradual shift. Spike. At 240 meters, telemetry just jumped, reading a 6G variance in the local gravity gradient between my position and your position 8 meters above. That should not be physically possible in this column. Sensor malfunction. Running cross-check. Secondary sensor confirms. The reading is real. The warning registered in the HUD half a second later. A yellow alert pulsing at the edge of the display. Local gravitational anomaly detected. Inertial dampener load increasing. The dampeners were suit technology designed to compensate for the micro-variations in gravitational fields encountered during void operations. They were not designed for a 6G variance across 8 meters of vertical space. Ascending. All units ascending. Full tether retraction. The retraction motors engaged with a high-pitched mechanical whine transmitted through the lines and into the gloves. 2 meters of ascent. 3. The HUD alert shifted from yellow to amber, then the gravity eddy hit. There was no warning beyond the sensor spike, and the spike had lasted less than a second before the field arrived. It did not feel like increased gravity. Increased gravity pushes down with a predictable, directionable force the body can brace against. This felt like being grabbed. A lateral shear force of approximately 4 Gs hit from the starboard side simultaneously, with a downward compression that redlined the inertial dampener load indicator. The combination did not push. It wrenched. The chest compressed against the suit's internal bracing. The neck absorbed a sideward load it was not designed for. The visual field tilted, and the vestibular system, receiving signals it had no framework for, produced a vertigo response so complete that for approximately 1 second orientation was entirely lost. Up existed only as the direction the tether line ran. The primary tether held. The secondary tether, attached to a cross-brace strut at depth 240, running at an angle that the lateral shear had just made catastrophically disadvantageous, did not. The snap was not a sound. It was a transmission through the line, a sudden slack where tension had been, felt in the gloves, as a specific absence before the audio even registered. The free end of the secondary line swung away into the dark and was gone. Secondary tether failure. Compensating. Cannot compensate. Primary anchor is shearing. Emergency thrusters. Full burn. Port lateral. Now. The suit thrusters were cold suppressed and had been since entry. Bringing suppressed thrusters to a hot burn required a 2-second ignition cycle. 2 seconds, with a secondary tether gone and a 4G lateral shear still active and the primary anchor point beginning to deform under a load geometry it was not designed for, was a very long time. The kind of time that fills with a specific quality of physical information. The sensation of the suit's structural layer absorbing forces it had not been built to absorb. The HUD cycling through alert states faster than the eye could track. The chasm below visible through every direction of peripheral vision at once. Inertial dampeners are failing. The sphere's mass is eating its own gravity. The thrusters fired. 4 seconds at maximum output. It pushed the lateral vector from 4 Gs to approximately 2 Gs of residual drift, and it burned through 12% of the total suit thruster reserve on the affected units. 2 Gs of lateral drift in open space with no secondary anchor and no floor below meant movement. Toward a strut. The nearest cross brace was 900 meters away according to the rangefinder, and the approach velocity required managed burn to arrest before contact. Mark the strut. Kinetic grapnel on my mark. Grapnel ready. Kinetic field is still fluctuating. If the eddy pulses again while the line is in flight, mark. The grapnel fired. A coil of high-tensile line deployed across 900 meters of open space in the dark, and it caught the strut on the first attempt. The magnetic lock engaged with a deep, solid transmission through the line and into the gloves. The most reliable physical sensation the operation had produced since the hatch had opened. The drift arrested. The residual Gs pulled against the line and the line held. One by one, the team reeled toward the strut on the grapnel's motorized retract. The massive cross brace resolving from a line in the darkness to a structure with dimensions, then to a structure large enough to anchor on. Mag-lev engaged against the flat upper face, stable contact. The strut was a horizontal beam, roughly 40 meters in diameter. Its surface scored by thermal stress that had built up across centuries or longer. At close range, the scoring resolved as deep irregular fractures running the beam's length. The material was still structurally coherent, still carrying the load it had been built to carry, but the surface told the story of an environment that had been working on it for a very long time. A colossal piece of debris from a section of deteriorated wall plating was visible at the edge of the optical range, tumbling, not down, not toward the core, up, rotating slowly as it rose, catching no light, just a mass moving in the wrong direction against the dark. The eddy was still bleeding off excess force somewhere in the local field, redirecting physics in ways the structure's original designers had almost certainly never intended. The HUD alert cycled from amber back to yellow, back to green. The inertial dampeners recalibrated to the new gravitational baseline. Condition report. Secondary tether is gone. Primary tether integrity at 73%. The shear deformed the anchor housing, but the cable itself held. Thruster reserve at 88% across 3 suits, 76 on the unit that caught the main vector. Inertial dampeners recalibrating. Local kinetic field reading is currently stable. The eddy has dissipated. The eddy has dissipated or moved. That is technically the more accurate framing, yes. The cross-brace network extended in every direction from the anchor point. A 3-dimensional lattice of beams and tension cables filling the chasm in a pattern the mapping software was still attempting to fully render. At the entry point, the interior scale had been a number too large to visualize. From the middle of it, anchored to a strut that was itself one of thousands of identical structural members holding the sphere's inner architecture from collapsing inward. The scale was not abstract. It was the thing the eye landed on in every direction and found no edge to. No wall, no floor, no ceiling within optical range. Just the lattice extending into dark, and the dark extending past the lattice, and somewhere below all of it, the cooling remnant of a dead star sitting in the center of the largest enclosed space the human species had ever entered. The suit's biometric package was running its cortisol monitoring without flagging anything significant. The body had apparently processed the 4G shear and the tether failure and the open void transit and was reading as within operational parameters. This was not calm. This was the threat assessment system encountering an environment too large to correctly scale and defaulting to local conditions only. Processing the immediate stimuli, the strut beneath, the anchor holding, the stable gravity reading, and filing the 150 million kilometer drop as background noise. The survival utility of that cognitive limitation was not lost. Humans had not evolved to correctly feel afraid of things this large. The fear response was calibrated for predators, for heights of tens of meters, for enclosed spaces measured in feet. Everything beyond that threshold became abstract. The body treated it as abstract. Out here in the middle of the largest enclosed space the human species had ever entered, that might be the only reason any of them were still functional. The eddy's point of origin. I have the sensor log. The field spike originated approximately 600 meters below our point of descent, off the starboard wall. Duration, 4 seconds. First detection to dissipation. The intensity profile is not consistent with passive decay of the sphere's kinetic fields. Explain. Passive decay produces a gradual diffuse field variation. Broad, low intensity, distributed across a large volume. What we encountered was localized, sharp-edged, intense. The field profile is consistent with an active gravitational disruption source. Something that generated the eddy deliberately. The conflict codex covers this. It's a weaponized crush zone. Local dampeners overloaded to produce a targeted high-G pocket. Standard syndicate territory control tactic. A silence. We walked into a perimeter. The strut vibrated beneath the maglocks, not the baseline structural hum. A different frequency, higher, localized. Transmitted through the anchors and into the boot soles. Something moving. Above them. Somewhere in the shaft structure, 2 or 3 cross-brace levels up. Too far to resolve optically, but close enough for the vibration to carry. Movement on thermal, 600 meters above our position. 2 heat signatures, small. Moving in parallel, tracking horizontal across the shaft wall. Not debris, not thermal bleed from the core. 2 signatures moving with this specific parallel tracking that indicated coordinated locomotion, something with the capacity to coordinate. Cut thermal signatures, full suppression. The suit's active thermal management dropped to minimum output mode, reducing waste heat emission by 91% at the cost of elevated internal temperature for the operator. The thermal signatures above continued their tracking pattern without change in behavior. They're not moving toward us, moving parallel, following the shaft wall. Something ran the eddy. These two are the response, checking the zone. Checking it for what? For whatever set it off. The strut vibrated again beneath the boot soles. 3 seconds, then stopped. Above, the two thermal signatures continued their lateral track, not descending, not ascending, moving with the unhurried precision of something that knew the layout of the shaft and was following a pattern it had followed before. Moving another 100 meters along the shaft wall, methodical, parallel, steady. Then one of them went dark. Not the gradual fade of a heat source moving out of sensor range. Instant. There and then not there, in the space between one scan cycle and the next. The second signature continued its track for 6 more seconds. Then it went dark too. Total silence on thermal. Total silence in the shaft except for the baseline structural hum moving up through the strut. The chasm extended below without floor and without limit. And somewhere above, between the struts, something that could suppress its own thermal signature had just stopped moving. It knew they were there. Chapter 3. The Ghost Pulse. The wiring was the size of buildings. The conduit labyrinth on the sphere's third structural tier was composed of cable bundles, not individual wires, not even cable assemblies in any conventional sense, but trunks of braided composite filament, each running roughly the diameter of a transit tunnel, packed together in clusters that filled the available volume from floor to ceiling and wall to wall. Navigation through the labyrinth was not walking. It was climbing, crawling, compressing the body into the gaps between cable masses that the sphere's architects had not bothered to leave as intentional access routes. The architects had not anticipated the need for access routes between the cables, because the architects had apparently not anticipated anything requiring human-scale navigation at all. Whatever had originally moved through this tier had been something else entirely, something that fit in the gaps differently or didn't need to fit at all. The cables were cold and smooth under the glove material, not rough, not oxidized, not deteriorating the way the outer hull plating had been. Whatever composite the builders had used for the internal wiring trunks had resisted the centuries of void-adjacent environment with a completeness the external structure had not managed. The surface under the gloves was as smooth as poured glass, with a faint iridescence visible when the suit's low-output lighting caught it at the right angle, a quality not quite metallic, not quite organic, the kind of surface that implied a manufacturing process with no earthly analog. Running a gloved hand along the cable surface produced no sensation of texture whatsoever, just pressure and cold, and the low hum transmitting through the material into the palm, the cable conducting the sphere's structural vibration the way a wire conducts current. The hum was in the cables as much as in the floor. The whole labyrinth was an instrument, and it had been playing the same note for 900,000 years. The mapping software was struggling. Sonar returns are bouncing between cable surfaces and generating false positives throughout the grid. Fixer reported over tight beam. I'm getting corridor geometries that don't connect. The labyrinth isn't laid out on a logical transit plan. It's packed for volume efficiency. Maximum cable density per cubic meter. The routing between gaps is arbitrary. Manual mapping from this point. Mark as you move. Marking. Current penetration depth is 90 meters from the Tier 3 access junction. We're moving generally inward and downward. The two thermal signatures from the shaft are not showing on thermal. They haven't reappeared since the shaft. They know how to wait. 90 meters into the labyrinth, with the access junction behind them and the cable masses closing in on every side, the sphere's structural hum was different again. In the outer corridors, it had been a single low-frequency, directionless, pervasive. In the descent shaft, it had been multi-layered, complex. Here in the wiring tier, it was something the body did not have an immediate category for. The cables conducted it, each trunk carrying the vibration at a slightly different resonance. The result a dense harmonic that pressed against the eardrums from the inside. Not painful, not loud, just present, inescapable, the kind of sound that existed below the threshold where the brain processed it as sound, and above the threshold where the body could ignore it. An hour in the labyrinth, and a person would lose track of it the way a person loses track of their own heartbeat. The awareness would come back only when it changed. The cables also conducted temperature differentially, cold where they were in the deep shadow between trunks, slightly less cold where two cables touched and shared whatever residual thermal load the composite carried. The gloves tracked these transitions as the formation moved. Cold, slightly less cold, cold again. The labyrinth had its own microclimate, driven by the cable geometry, and navigating by feel meant reading it constantly. Pulling local electromagnetic spectrum. Background radiation from the sphere's kinetic field decay is generating a noise floor across most of the standard scan range. Filtering. Standard filter protocol is insufficient at this depth. Applying secondary harmonic filter, compensating for the cable resonance signature. A pause of approximately 4 seconds, which was a long pause mid-analysis. Mark. Define. There is a signal in the spectrum that is not background radiation and is not cable resonance. It's a synthetic electromagnetic pulse, narrow band, repeating at irregular intervals. It's very faint. It's not broadcasting, it's bleeding. Whatever is generating it is not designed for long-range transmission. It's a local source, close enough that the bleed is reaching our sensors despite heavy shielding. Range estimate is somewhere between 50 and 200 meters, dependent on shielding coefficient. The cable trunks on either side of the gap were close enough that both gloves could rest on them simultaneously. The iridescence caught the edge of the HUD display glow and returned a faint blue-green that had no right to exist in a space this old. 50 to 200 meters. In the labyrinth, at cable gap navigation speeds, that was somewhere between a few minutes and the better part of an hour. Track it. Tracking. The signal repeats on an irregular cycle. The interval isn't consistent. That's deliberate. A consistent interval would be identifiable as artificial against the background. The irregular timing is a low observability protocol, something designed specifically to look like radiation noise to a standard scan, but not to a secondary harmonic filter. No, not to that. The signal tracking required moving deeper into the labyrinth in a direction the mapping software could not reliably predict in advance, following a bearing determined by signal strength, adjusting with each scan cycle, navigating the available gaps between cable trunks by feel and by the narrow cones of low-output lighting that were the only illumination. The tight beam comms required line-of-sight adjustments every time the formation changed direction. The cable masses blocked direct transmission at more than approximately 3 meters. Relay mode, bouncing the signal off the smooth cable surfaces, worked, but introduced a latency that made rapid comm exchange impractical. Movement became its own form of communication. A hand signal at the edge of the lighting range. A tap transmitted through the cable surface. The operational vocabulary of a team that had trained for close environments and was discovering that the labyrinth had its own specific demands on that training. The gaps between the cable trunks narrowed at depth. 40 meters in from the signal's first bearing fix, the available space compressed to the point where forward movement required removing the weapon sling and pulling it through separately. 50 meters in, 2 of the cable trunks had been in contact with each other for long enough that the composite surfaces had developed a low-grade adhesion, not fused, but tacky, requiring force to separate. The suit's structural layer absorbed the friction. The cables gave slowly and the gap opened just enough to pass through. The sound changed. Not dramatically, not a new frequency or an intrusion of something loud. The harmonic in the cable trunks shifted register slightly, a small change in the dense overtone structure, detectable only because the ear had been calibrating to the baseline for the past 2 hours and registered the deviation the way the eye registers a change in light level that the brain initially files as nothing and then a moment later recognizes as significant. The shift was directional, stronger in the cable trunks ahead than in the trunks behind. Something in the network ahead was conducting a different vibration, something with a different source than the sphere's structural baseline. Signal strength is increasing. Current bearing consistent with the cable mass approximately 30 meters ahead. The main trunk cluster, the large one. Range estimate narrowing. Source is between 20 and 40 meters. 20 meters. In a space where navigation happened at meters per minute, with weapon slings removed and bodies compressed sideways through cable gaps. The node was close. The cable mass at the bearing resolved as a junction, 4 of the major trunks meeting at a central node point, the composite surfaces merging into a larger unified structure before separating again into individual cables running in different directions. The node was roughly the size of a small room, its surfaces seamless and iridescent. The builder's architecture at its most intact this deep in the structure. Old. Impossibly old. Every surface the same smooth, cold, glass-like material. Except one thing. Bolted to the node's primary face, attached with hardware that had not been manufactured by whoever built the node, attached with fasteners that were recognizably modern in their construction and crude in their execution relative to the surface they were puncturing, was a device. Compact. Dense. A flat housing roughly half a meter across, matte black, with exposed circuitry visible through a transparent panel on its face, and a cluster of small antenna elements extending from its upper edge. The fasteners holding it to the node had been driven directly into the builder's composite surface without any adapter or mounting plate. The way something gets attached when the person attaching it is not concerned with what they are attaching it to. The contrast was total and immediate. On one side, 900,000 years of seamless iridescent composite. No seam, no tool mark, no indication that any tool capable of marking it had ever existed. On the other, crude steel fasteners, stripped threads, a cable run that had been wire-tied to the node's surface with a material that looked like industrial banding tape and probably was. The junction between the two, between the builder's surface and the syndicate's hardware, was a visible line of contact. The old and the new pressed against each other with no transition and no apology. The device was warm. The suit's thermal sensors registered it at 31 degrees above the ambient cable temperature, a sharp, localized heat source in a space where nothing should be generating heat. Not operational waste warm. Deliberately powered warm. The kind of thermal signature a device produces when it is running. It was running. That encryption isn't ancient builder code. That's Tier-4 Syndicate splicing. The labyrinth absorbed the words the way it absorbed everything. Completely, without echo, without the slight reverb that air in a space usually generates. Just the words, and then the cable hum. Confirm the splicing identification. I'm confirming. The signal structure, I can read it now at close range. The irregular timing protocol, the narrowband transmission, the harmonic masking against the background radiation. This is a Tier-4 design. Tier-4 uses electromagnetic brute force to run active code on closed-loop ancient architecture without triggering the fail-safe protocols. The device is parasitic. It's drawing power from the cable node it's bolted to. It's been drawing power from a 900,000-year-old power distribution system this entire time, using the sphere's own residual current to run. The antenna elements on the device's upper edge were oriented in a specific pattern, not omnidirectional, not a broadcast array, but a directed configuration pointed in a precise bearing that the suit's compass resolved as toward the interior, toward the subsectors, toward the direction, based on the mapping data accumulated across 2 chapters of descent, where the thermal pulse signatures from the dead star's core were strongest. Age estimate on the device. The hardware is modern. The splice is fresh. The connection to the node shows thermal evidence of recent high current contact. The composite surface where the fasteners penetrated is still showing elevated temperature at the fastener points. If the contact was made more than a few hours ago, I'd expect more thermal equalization. More than a few hours, or less than 20 minutes. A pause. The device ran its irregular pulse cycle. 1 beat. Silence. Another beat at a different interval. Silence again. I can read the last calibration timestamp embedded in the signal structure. Tier-4 splicing embeds a hardware timestamp in the transmission header. It's part of the brute force protocol, a synchronization marker for the target architecture. The timestamp is not encrypted. Read it. The device was manually recalibrated 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes. The team had been in the labyrinth for 2 hours. Whatever had calibrated this beacon had done so while the team was navigating the descent shaft, while the gravity eddy was running, while the 2 thermal signatures were tracking the shaft walls above the team's anchor point on the crossbrace strut. The device had been active and attended and recently serviced, while the team was 40 minutes away by navigation time and the operators servicing it had been somewhere else entirely. Which meant there were more of them, not just the 2 signatures in the shaft. More, distributed through the labyrinth, maintaining infrastructure, running beacon networks, performing the kind of regular operational maintenance that a functioning organization performs when it is operating in an environment it considers its own, an organization with schedules, with assigned personnel, with the institutional confidence to bolt equipment directly into 900,000-year-old architecture without hesitation, the way an organization bolts equipment into things it owns. The sphere was not a graveyard with a few opportunists working the edges. It was a managed territory. The beacon was not a discovery. It was evidence of a network, a communications infrastructure that someone had built specifically to be invisible to standard scans, powered by the sphere itself, maintained on a schedule, and oriented toward the interior, with the specific directional precision of something that knew exactly what it was pointing at. The Galaxy's Survey Archive listed this structure as uninhabited. The word uninhabited was doing significant work in that archive, and it was beginning to feel like the word dead had felt at the thermal readout in Chapter 1, a label applied by people who had looked from the outside and decided the outside was the whole story. The antenna elements were still. The device pulsed its irregular cycle. The iridescent cable surfaces caught the suit's low lighting and returned their faint blue-green shimmer in every direction. The builders had spent 900,000 years being dead, and the galaxy had spent 900,000 years believing them. Whatever had moved into the resulting vacuum had done so carefully, methodically, and with a patience for infrastructure that suggested they were not planning to leave. Mark the device position on the map. Do not disturb the mounting or the connection. Marked. You want to leave it running. We follow the signal's bearing, toward the interior. Whatever this device is talking to, that's where we need to be. The bearing was set. The mapping software updated with the new waypoint. The labyrinth extended ahead in every direction, the cable trunks dense and cold and ancient, and threaded now with something new. A network of modern eyes running on the power of a dead star, watching the dark. Somewhere along the antenna's bearing, 20 minutes away by the clock on whatever had last touched this device, something was waiting for the next transmission. Chapter 4, the neutral zone. The atmospheric processor was the size of a city, not a building, not a complex. A city. A structure spanning roughly 4 kilometers at its base, suspended above the subsector chasm on a lattice of magnetic anchor cables, each one the diameter of a large building, the whole mass hanging in the interior dark with the casual engineering confidence of something designed by minds that did not consider 4 kilometers to be a large span. The processor's lower surface was a dense forest of intake vents and filtration housings, now cold and sealed. Their original purpose, managing the atmospheric chemistry of the sphere's inhabited interior. Terminated, along with whatever civilization had once lived here. The upper surface was a flat plane of composite decking, largely featureless, unlit, and 200 meters above the nearest accessible approach route. The structure was enormous in the way that everything in the sphere was enormous, not dramatically, not in a way that announced itself, but in the quiet and total way of objects that had never been designed for human scale, and therefore simply did not relate to it. A 4-kilometer base, suspended on cables the diameter of large buildings. When the mapping software first resolved the processor's profile from the labyrinth transit corridor, the initial rendering had produced an object so outsized relative to the team's position that the software had flagged its own output as a potential error and run a recalibration. The recalibration had confirmed the dimensions. The processor was simply that large. The sphere had been built by something for which 4 kilometers was an unremarkable engineering unit, the way a human engineer would not remark on a 2-meter doorway. It took 40 minutes to reach it from the labyrinth exit. 40 minutes of vertical ascent on the remaining tethers, following the anchor cable network up through a space that the mapping software could now render with some confidence. A wide transit corridor running between the cable labyrinth tier and the processor's underside, used originally for the maintenance of both. The ceiling of the transit corridor was the processor's belly, close enough by the end of the ascent to reach up and touch. The composite surface above was identical to every other builder surface encountered so far, seamless, cold, iridescent at the right angle, with no tool marks or access panels visible from below. The original builders had not needed access panels. Whatever had serviced this processor from below had been able to interface with the hull material directly, or had never needed to. The maintenance hatch existed not for the builders but as a concession to something less capable, a secondary access point engineered for a different kind of user, and the fact of its existence implied that the builders had anticipated visitors. The upper surface was accessed through that hatch on the processor's outer rim, a smaller, simpler lock than the outer hull airlock, and one that the PLC module opened on the second attempt without the grinding resistance the hull lock had required. The mechanism was not fused. It had been used recently enough that the compression seals had not had time to set. Recent use on this hatch. Within the last several days based on the seal response, maybe less. Mark it. The upper surface extended in every direction to the limit of optical range, flat and featureless and enormous. Moving across it required staying low. The processor was suspended in the interior dark, with nothing above it except the sphere's far inner wall tens of thousands of kilometers away, and any thermal signature moving upright across the surface would be visible from below at a significant range. The team moved in a crawl, suits in partial thermal suppression, following the processor's long axis toward the inner edge, the side facing the chasm, facing the subsector interior, facing the direction the beacon's antenna had been pointing. The hum was different at altitude. Below, in the labyrinth and the transit corridors, it had been a constant transmitted through every surface. Up here on the processor's outer deck, exposed to the interior's open volume, the hum was auditory as well as physical, a deep, sustained note that the enclosed spaces below had filtered into pure vibration, was here a frequency low enough to feel in the jaw and the sternum simultaneously. The sphere's structural voice, unobstructed. The inner edge of the processor's upper deck terminated in a railing of builder composite, a safety barrier for whatever had originally worked this surface, roughly waist height, solid, the same seamless iridescent material as everything else the builders had made. Beyond the railing, the chasm. The full interior chasm. The same bottomless drop that the descent shaft had opened into, but here unframed by shaft walls, unrestricted. The full interior volume of the sphere extending from the processor's edge across a span of space that the rangefinder, when activated on low-power passive mode, returned a simple notation for maximum range exceeded. 150 million kilometers from the processor's inner edge to the sphere's far inner wall. Suit power to minimum. Everything non-essential off. Thermal suppression to maximum. The HUD dimmed. The internal ambient temperature began rising immediately as the thermal management load dropped. A degree in the first 30 seconds, 2 degrees by the first minute. Not dangerous yet. Manageable for the duration of a static observation position, provided that duration did not extend beyond the suit's heat-soak tolerance of approximately 4 hours. The math was noted and filed. Weapon systems to standby. Mapping software to passive only. The comms tight beam adjusted to its minimum broadcast power, sufficient for line-of-sight communication at close range, and nothing more. The suits became cold to the exterior, not cold to the operator inside, where the rising temperature was a steady background discomfort, but cold to any sensor scanning from below. Cold the way a rock is cold, presenting a thermal signature indistinguishable from the dead composite of the processor surface behind them. A crawl to the railing, hands and knees on the processor deck, the composite surface transmitting the structural hum directly through the gloves, the contact pressure producing that faint iridescent shimmer, where the glove material pressed against the builder composite, over the final 3 meters, flat on the deck entirely, pulling forward on fingertips to minimize the height of the profile against any upward-looking sensor sweep, then the railing, and beyond it, the edge, and beyond the edge. Nothing visible. Absolute dark. The chasm extending downward and inward without any visible floor or wall within the optics range. The suit's visual system shifted to maximum magnification and passive light amplification. The HUD populated with a slow build of imaging data as the sensors gathered what light existed in the space below, which was almost none, which was why the build was slow. The imaging software accumulating photons across multiple scan cycles and compositing the result into something the eye could interpret. The build took 4 minutes. 4 minutes of lying flat at the railing edge with the chasm below and the structural hum in the deck, and the internal suit temperature continuing its slow climb, watching a display that was mostly black with occasional faint suggestions of structure that the software had not yet resolved into anything readable. Then a crossbrace strut appeared in the image, faint and partial, at the limit of the sensor's sensitivity. Then a second. Then the grid of the sphere's interior lattice began to populate the upper portion of the composite image, each strut adding detail as the scan cycles accumulated, the architecture of the chasm becoming visible from above, the way a landscape becomes visible through lifting fog, slowly, in pieces, with the full picture assembling itself from fragments. The magnification resolved downward, past the first tier of cross-bracing struts, past the second tier, past the depth at which the descent shaft had been, past the depth at which the gravity eddy had hit, past the depth at which the team had mag-locked to the cross-brace strut, and watched 2 thermal signatures go dark above them. The depth indicators in the HUD climbed. 500 kilometers, 1,000, 2,000, the numbers accumulating as the imaging software extended its composite reach downward through the sphere's interior volume. 3,000 kilometers below the processor's surface. The mapping software annotated the depth and paused, its area estimation algorithm encountering a data set too large for its standard processing parameters. And there were lights. Not one, not a cluster, thousands. A sprawling constellation of artificial illumination spread across an area that the mapping software estimated at roughly the size of a continent, concentrated above the sphere's lower internal surface, where the plasma vein network ran closest to the structural floor. Some were the steady amber of sustained power sources. Some were the intermittent blue-white of welding arcs or cutting plasma. Some moved, small, mobile, tracking paths through the lit areas in patterns that suggested transit routes, logistics, the specific kind of purposeful movement that implied destinations and schedules and people who knew where they were going. The whole complex hung directly over the plasma veins, directly over the cooling remnant of a dead star's vascular system. From 3,000 kilometers above, at maximum magnification, each individual light source was smaller than a pixel. The complex was vast enough that its lights, at this range, formed a glow. Not a point. A glow. The kind of diffuse luminescence that a city produces when seen from high enough that the individual lights merge into a collective radiance. The kind of thing that, on a planet with atmosphere, would have been visible from orbit as a smear of warmth against the dark. There was no atmosphere here, no scattering medium. The light did not diffuse naturally. The glow existed because there were so many sources that even in hard vacuum, even at 3,000 kilometers of range, the collective output of thousands of individual powered systems was sufficient to produce a visible aggregate. A city inside a dead star, lit, breathing, busy, running on the power of a sun the galaxy had been told was cold for 1,000,000 years, and whoever was running it had looked at the most isolated, the most inhospitable, the most cosmically hostile piece of real estate in the accessible universe, and had moved in anyway, had bolted their equipment to the walls, had run power lines, had built transit networks and supply chains, and the kind of permanent, organized infrastructure that does not come from desperation, that comes from decision, from choosing a place and committing to it, from looking at the inside of a dead alien megastructure spanning more than an astronomical unit and thinking, yes, here, this is where we build. The structural hum was in the deck beneath and the jawbones above, and every surface in between, and far below, too distant to resolve as anything other than a collective glow. Thousands of lights burned in the dark with the absolute indifference of something that had been here long enough to stop thinking of itself as hidden. Command. The tight beam connection to the relay in the hull fracture was at the edge of its operational range from this depth. The signal might not carry. It carried. We have visual on the subsector interior. Occupied, large scale. Grid is continuous across an area we cannot fully resolve at current range. Estimate thousands of individual sources. The black market isn't operating inside the sphere. A pause while the transmission queued and the relay processed the encryption. It's built one. Command's response, when it came, was 3 seconds of silence, and then a single word requesting confirmation of the source count. Confirm. We are looking at a civilization. Small one, a functioning settlement with transit infrastructure, power distribution, and active logistics. Not scavengers, not opportunists. A settlement. Another pause. The Galactic Council's threat assessment on this location is wrong. Significantly wrong. Updating mission parameters. We cannot intercept one shipment. We are looking at the source of the shipments. The glow below did not flicker. It burned with the patient consistency of infrastructure. Not improvised, not temporary, not the scattered lights of desperate scavengers working the margins of a dead structure. Planned density. Logical distribution. The light pattern of a settlement that had organized itself around resources and transit and the specific practical needs of a population that intended to stay. The plasma veins ran beneath all of it, still warm after 1,000,000 years, still carrying residual thermal energy from a fusion process that should have been terminal for geological time. The survey archives thermal data on the sphere, collected by remote sensor arrays from the outside, had categorized the vein network as passive decay heat. The slow cooling of a stellar core, gradual and unremarkable, expected to continue for another several million years before the last of it dissipated. From the outside, that reading was accurate. The veins were cooling. But the rate of cooling, at the core temperatures involved, produced a residual output that anything living inside the sphere could tap. Not infinite, not inexhaustible, but sufficient. Sufficient for power generation on a scale that could sustain a population. sufficient to run a city in the dark inside a dead star and have enough left over to heat the isotope extraction operation that the comms intercept in the labyrinth had described. Sufficient, if the operation had been running for as long as the infrastructure suggested, to have produced enough weapons-grade stellar isotopes to make the Galactic Council's entire enforcement apparatus obsolete. The magnification held the image steady. The mapping software kept annotating distances and area estimates that the eye could not fully process. The suit's thermal suppression layer held the team's signatures cold against the processor deck. The internal temperature now 4 degrees above baseline and climbing slowly. Below, in the dark, a light moved. Then another, crossing its path. Then a third, approaching from a different bearing. Traffic. A network of it, operating on a schedule the team's sensors could not yet read, but that the consistent, purposeful movement below made unmistakable. Whatever was down there did not know it was being watched. It was moving the way things move when they consider themselves alone, without the specific alterations in behavior that awareness of observation produces, without the small hesitations and route changes of something that has registered a presence above. That would not last. The team had used a hatch that had been used recently, had left thermal traces in the transit corridor and the ascent cable, had activated sensors at the hatch seal whose response data was, at this moment, sitting in the lock mechanism's last access log, readable by anyone who checked it. The 2 thermal signatures from the descent shaft were still unaccounted for. The beacon network in the labyrinth was actively transmitting. Someone below was receiving those transmissions and had been for the last 20 minutes. The glow of the city burned on, 3,000 kilometers below, patient and permanent and vast. It did not yet know the clock was running. Chapter 5. Cracking the comms. The conduit smelled like burned metal and old decisions. Not literally. The suits filtered all external atmosphere, and the interior of the sphere had no breathable air to carry a smell. But the data conduit access point, a rusted junction box the size of a cargo container, bolted to the interface of a structural column 60 meters above the subsector floor, had a specific visual quality that registered the same way a smell registers. Blackened contact points. Stress fractures in the housing where thermal cycling had been working on the original alloy for long enough to crack it, scoring along the lower edge from some historical voltage event that had dumped excess current through the casing and left its signature in the metal. The conduit was old, and it had been used hard, and everything about its exterior communicated that the people who had been using it had not been concerned with its long-term preservation. The team reached the junction box from above, descending from the processor's anchor cable network on a controlled rappel to the structural column's upper face, then working down the column's exterior to the conduit access point. The column itself was a massive vertical strut running from the upper structural tier to the subsector floor, its surface scarred by the same slow thermal cycling that had marked everything else this deep in the sphere. The original composite still structurally sound but visibly aged in a way the higher tiers had not been. More contact with the heat bleeding upward from the plasma veins below. More long-term exposure to the temperature differential between the cold upper tiers and the warm floor zone. A gradient. The sphere was not uniformly cold inside. It was cold at the top and warmer at the bottom, and everything between was a slow gradient that the builders had presumably managed, and the Syndicate was simply living with. From the junction box position, 60 meters above the subsector floor, the shantytown below was no longer the distant aggregate glow visible from the processor deck 3,000 kilometers up. It was immediate, resolvable, individual structures visible through the suit optics at maximum magnification, rough-walled enclosures built from salvaged hull plating, jury-rigged power cables, strung between structures in improvised distribution networks, the specific aesthetic of permanent impermanence that develops when people build for function without expecting to stay, but then stay anyway. Not elegant, not organized. The kind of construction where each addition references only the thing immediately adjacent to it, with no master plan beyond the immediate need. A wall here, because the wind came from that direction. A covered passage there, because the footing was unstable. A power junction mounted at shoulder height on a column because that was the height it had been installed at, and no one had moved it since. The shantytown covered an area too large to resolve fully from this position, extending in both directions beyond the column's sightlines, its outer boundaries dissolving into the dark, rather than terminating at any visible edge. The plasma veins were below the floor. Not visible, but present. The thermal readout showed the subsector floor radiating at significantly elevated temperature relative to the structural tiers above, the heat bleeding upward through whatever material separated the shantytown's foundations from the vein network running beneath them. The people who had built this place had built it directly on top of the power source they were tapping, not adjacent to it. On top of it. The heat from the veins had to be a constant operational factor in everything they built and maintained down there. Every structure engineered around a floor that was slowly cooking from below. Splice prep. Voltage read on the conduit before any contact. The passive voltage sensor extended to the conduit's outer casing without touching it. The reading came back in 3 seconds. Low-level current running through the housing, residual bleed from whatever was active in the conduit, well below the threshold that would trigger a fault alarm. The conduit was live. Something in the network it connected to was drawing power, and the conduit was carrying the return. Touching the casing without proper isolation would not trigger an alarm. Penetrating it to access the internal data layer would, if the penetration changed the circuit resistance in a way the network's monitoring system could detect. Resistance baseline on the data layer. The reading required a contact probe, a fine-tipped sensor that could be pressed against the conduit's data port housing without breaking the surface, reading the electromagnetic field bleed from the internal data traffic without physical access to the signal itself. The port housing's exterior field was faint, partially shielded by the casing, but present. A signal existed inside. I have the baseline, matching impedance before splice. If the splice changes circuit resistance by more than 3%, the monitoring system flags it. What's our margin? The monitoring system on this conduit is old. The original builder architecture running the voltage alarm has been patched with Syndicate hardware. I can see the junction in the field bleed, 2 different signal protocols running in parallel. The old system's sensitivity threshold is significantly higher than modern standards. We have more margin than I'd have on a current generation installation. Probably. Within some tolerance. Splice. The splice tool was a flat probe assembly designed to make electrical contact with a data conduit's internal signal layer through the smallest possible breach in the casing. A needlepoint penetration, self-sealing, with an impedance-matching circuit that kept the resistance change within the monitoring system's noise floor. It had been designed for exactly this application. The design had been tested in laboratories with known system parameters and predictable monitoring hardware. The conduit casing at hand was of unknown alloy composition, of uncertain internal geometry, running 2 overlapping signal protocols from 2 different technological eras with different sensitivity characteristics, in a structure that had not been built by any civilization with a known engineering standard. The probe went in. The circuit held. No alarm. The impedance match held within 0.5% of the baseline. The data layer was accessible. I'm in the signal. Filtering now. The conduit is carrying centuries of background static. Kinetic field decay interference has been bleeding into the data layer since the Syndicate tapped the builder network. It's layered. The static is on top of the Syndicate's own traffic, and the Syndicate traffic is running on top of the builder network's residual carrier signal. 3 layers. Filtering the first 2 to isolate the Syndicate comms. The filter pass took 9 minutes. 9 minutes of holding the splice probe steady against the conduit casing 60 meters above a shantytown that contained an unknown number of people, some of whom had been responsible for a gravity eddy trap in the descent shaft and all of whom had reason to monitor their own infrastructure for unauthorized access. 9 minutes of static position on the column face, harness lines taking the load, gloves maintaining pressure on the probe without movement. The suit's internal temperature had been climbing since the suppression mode on the processor deck, now running 8 degrees above baseline, still within tolerance, the heat soak margin eroding at a rate that would become a hard constraint sometime in the next 3 hours. The structural hum came through the column and into the rappel lines and into the harness, the vibration now carrying the additional lower frequency pulse of the plasma veins below, the two rhythms layered together, the sphere's slow breath and the dead star's slower one beneath it. 60 meters below, movement was visible in the shantytown. Figures crossing the open areas between structures with the specific pace of people on assigned tasks rather than people moving freely. A vehicle of some kind navigating a cleared transit path between two larger structures, the ambient light of the settlement flickering occasionally as power loads shifted across the improvised distribution network. The light sources were not uniform. Some were steady amber, sustained power draws from whatever the Syndicate used for primary generation. Some were intermittent blue-white, welding arcs or plasma cutters working on something requiring fabrication. And some moved with the figures, handheld, casting irregular shadows across the salvaged hull plate walls of the structures. A shantytown working a night shift it could not distinguish from a day shift, because inside a sphere with no star, inside a structure sealed against all external light, there was no day. There was only the shift and the work and the glow of the plasma veins in the floor, and the knowledge that somewhere above the enclosures, several structural tiers up, the outer hull was cold and lightless and indifferent, and no one was coming, until now. First layer cleared. Second layer. The Syndicate's own noise suppression is fighting the filter. They're running a jamming protocol on the conduit data layer to prevent exactly this kind of intercept. The jamming is not sophisticated by current standards, but it is present. Adapting filter. Another 4 minutes. The figures below continued moving. The vehicle completed its transit path and disappeared into a structure on the far side of the visible area. The thermal readout showed the subsector floor temperature cycling slightly. The plasma vein activity below not perfectly constant, pulsing in a pattern that matched, with a slight delay, the thermal pulse signatures first detected in the entry corridor. The pulse was slower here, stronger, not the 4-second interval of the upper-level detection. A longer cycle, deeper and more sustained, the difference between a heartbeat heard through a wall and a heartbeat heard through a stethoscope. Closer to the source. The veins were not far below the floor. The heat from them was reaching the junction box through the column's composite. A faint thermal differential detectable in the gloves where they maintained contact with the conduit casing. The column was warm. Not dangerously, not alarmingly. Just warmer than everything above it. Second layer cleared. I have the Syndicate comms. Short-range burst transmissions. They're not using the conduit for long-range traffic. This is purely local coordination between the shantytown's operational sections. Translating. The translation ran in real time across the HUD, raw burst transmission data converting to readable text as each packet resolved. The communications were dense with industrial terminology, coordinates expressed as internal sphere reference codes, and the specific compressed vocabulary of an operation that had been running long enough to develop its own shorthand. Drop points referenced by number, material quantities expressed in units that had no direct external equivalent, local measures, presumably developed for the specific logistics of working inside the sphere, pickup schedules, loading assessments, containment status checks, the vocabulary of an ongoing industrial operation conducted in the dark inside a dead star by people who treated it as routine. The pattern that assembled across the first 40 minutes of intercept was not what the mission briefing had described. The mission briefing had described black market scavengers stripping the sphere's structural materials and exporting them for profit. Metal reclamation. Hull composite salvage. The kind of operation that was illegal primarily because it was conducted in a restricted zone rather than because of what it produced. The kind of operation that filled out a low-priority enforcement action and got filed in the middle tier of the threat assessment register, behind active weapons trafficking and well above minor customs violations. A nuisance, an ongoing nuisance, worth an interdiction team, worth the operational cost of inserting through the outer hull, worth watching, not worth the classification level that this mission's briefing had actually carried, the level that the team had noted and not asked about. Because at that classification level you did not ask about the gap between the stated threat and the actual access restrictions. You went in and found out. What the comms described was different. Drop coordinates appearing in multiple transmissions all referenced the same relative position. A zone beneath the shantytown's southern section, directly above the densest concentration of plasma vein thermal output. Loading assessments referenced containment integrity, magnetic field strength, thermal expansion ratios. Pickup schedules specified temperature tolerances during transit. Every operational parameter in the intercept was organized around a material that could not be handled carelessly, could not be exposed to variable magnetic conditions, could not be allowed to experience thermal expansion beyond a narrow tolerance window. Not hull composite, not structural salvage, something that needed magnetic containment, something that expanded dangerously when it got warm, something that was being loaded for transit to the inhabited sectors on a schedule that the comms described as accelerating. More drops, shorter intervals, larger containment batches, the operational tempo of an extraction effort that had shifted from sustainable to urgent. They're not scavengers, they're parasites feeding on a dying god. Below the shantytown's floor, in the plasma veins that ran beneath everything they had built, the dying god in question continued its patient 4-second pulse, indifferent to the operation drawing on it. Indifferent to the team 60 meters above the operation reading that operation's own communications. A star that had been cooling for 1,000,000 years. Still warm enough to power a black market. Still hot enough that the material being extracted from its veins required magnetic containment locks and temperature tolerances measured to the decimal to prevent the kind of thermal expansion that ended in detonation. Still dangerous enough to birth an empire, if the empire could get the material out before anyone came to stop it. The burst transmissions continued. The HUD kept translating. New packets arrived on the irregular schedule of a network that had been running long enough that its operators had stopped thinking about the intervals. The comms traffic of a shift change, a loading update, a containment check flagging one vial in a batch as showing elevated thermal expansion and requiring resealing before transit. Routine. Entirely routine. The kind of operational chatter that accumulates around a process that has been performed enough times to become mundane. The Galactic Council had banned stellar isotope extraction 100 years ago, had classified the relevant technical knowledge, had destroyed the existing stockpiles, or had believed it was destroying the existing stockpiles, which was, it was now apparent, a different thing, had issued the ban and filed the follow-up reports and closed the matter and moved on to other threats, the way governing bodies move on from threats they believe are resolved. The file had been closed, the knowledge had been classified, the stockpiles had been destroyed, and somewhere below the shantytown's makeshift rooftops in the warmth of a dead star's last remaining heat, the extraction had been running for long enough that its operators used local measures and shorthand and the compressed vocabulary of a people who had been doing the same job in the same place for a very long time. The shantytown below went about its work in the dark, unaware that its own communications were being read 60 meters above its rooftops by people who now understood with complete clarity what it was actually doing down here. Chapter 6. The Makeshift Docks. The strut was vibrating and the drop below it was 1,200 meters, and neither of those things could be addressed, so the crawl continued. Chest to composite, arms pulling forward in measured increments, the rappel harness clipped to a secondary safety line running the strut's upper edge, the team moved along the overhead beam at a pace the mapping software measured in meters per minute rather than anything more encouraging. The composite under the chest transmitted the dock complex's mechanical activity directly into the sternum. Not painfully, just constantly, the way a long exposure to low-level vibration becomes indistinguishable from the body's own internal rhythms. The suit's audio filters were running at high suppression to manage the layered noise, sphere hum, drone locomotion, the distant clatter of ground crew activity far below. Through the filters, the dock complex was silent. Through the suit's structural sensors, it was loud in frequencies the ears could not process directly. A disconnection between what the body registered as sound and what the instruments registered as mechanical reality. The strut ran horizontally above the shantytown's northeastern dock complex, crossing the full width of the subsector at a height that had seemed tactically sound on the mapping display and felt considerably different at 1,200 meters of actual exposure. Below, through the grid of the structural lattice, the dock complex was visible, enormous, sprawling, carved out of the sphere's subsector floor by the simple expedient of clearing everything that had been in the way and replacing it with whatever the Syndicate needed instead. The dock complex was not subtle. Whatever the Syndicate had been doing in the upper tiers, the invisible beacon networks, the low observability comms protocols, the gravity eddy perimeter systems, down here at the operational core of the isotope trade, the priority had shifted from concealment to throughput. The hangar bays were massive openings cut directly into the subsector's structural floor, ringed with salvaged hull plating, jury-rigged into blast barriers and loading guides. Raw plasma torches had enlarged the original maintenance openings. The scorch marks around each bay's rim were visible from 1,200 meters, broad and irregular, the signature of cutting tools applied without precision to material that resisted them. The resulting openings were functional rather than clean, oversized, badly edged, effective. Beyond the hangar bays, the dock complex extended into the shantytown proper. Structures built against the sphere's inner structural walls, using the walls as foundations and windbreaks. The construction running floor to wall with the pragmatic density of something built to maximize usable volume, rather than to meet any standard of habitability. Transit paths ran between structures, cleared of debris by regular use rather than by any deliberate maintenance effort. Equipment staged in open areas without covers or weather protection, because there was no weather here, no precipitation, no wind, just the constant low-level heat from the plasma veins below and the structural hum from everywhere else. A place that had adapted to its environment by stripping away every assumption the environment did not require. The strut vibrated again as a second source of mechanical activity joined the first below. Something large, moving in the lateral sections of the dock complex beyond the primary hangar bays. The vibration's frequency slightly different from the drone locomotion, heavier, suggesting a different kind of mass in motion. The safety line tightened as the formation adjusted position on the beam. The composite under chest and arms conducted the vibration directly into the body, the sphere's baseline hum now layered with the dock complex's active machinery. A dense harmonic the suit's audio filters were not fully suppressing. Hold! The formation stopped. 1,200 meters below, crossing the main hangar floor on a vector toward the largest bay, something was moving that should not have been able to move. The suit optics resolved it over 4 magnification steps. Large, segmented, smooth-surfaced at its core, and brutalized at its periphery. The core was the giveaway, a golden iridescence catching the dock's work lighting, the same seamless composite of the builder's architecture, but shaped into a form that no maintenance drone or cargo hauler in any known catalog matched. Elongated, multi-limbed, frictionlessly smooth in its locomotion, covering the hangar floor at a speed that its apparent mass should have made impossible, with no visible propulsion system and no exhaust signature. An original builder drone, still functional after 900,000 years, still drawing power from the sphere's own distribution network, still running whatever behavioral logic its original architects had installed in it. The motion was the tell. Nothing built in the last several centuries moved like that. Modern engineering produced machines with tolerances, with friction coefficients, with the small mechanical hesitations that accumulate when components are machined to specifications rather than grown or formed at the molecular level. The drone had none of those hesitations. It crossed the hangar floor the way light crosses a room. The appearance of motion without the mechanical evidence of it, as though the floor were reorganizing itself to have the drone in a different position rather than anything so crude as locomotion. The suit optics tracked it at maximum magnification. The core chassis surface between the bolt-on modifications was visible, that same iridescent builder composite, carrying no record of the centuries in its material, sealed inside, preserved, running. Except for the additions. Bolted to the drone's chassis, same crude fasteners as the beacon in the labyrinth, same complete disregard for the surface being penetrated, were modifications that converted a defense system into something else. Cargo cradles, magnetic lock arrays, lifting grapples from the same industrial hardware stock visible throughout the shantytown, raw and functional and entirely indifferent to the elegant chassis they were mounted on. The drone stopped at the largest bay. The cradles lowered. A ground crew in heavy suits began attaching containment vessels to the magnetic locks, matte black housings, each roughly the size of a shipping container, handled with the specific slow deliberateness of people who understood exactly what would happen if they dropped one. They're using the defense drones as cargo haulers. The original drone logic is still running. They haven't replaced it. They've overridden the target discrimination and redirected the output. The drone thinks it's executing its original function. It's just been told that the cargo containers are the thing it's supposed to be protecting. Below, the drone's loading cycle continued. The ground crew worked in near silence at 1,200 meters of range. No audio, just the thermal signatures of suited figures moving with practiced efficiency around a machine that had been built to kill anything that threatened the sphere's original occupants, and had been repurposed by the specific human genius for finding load-bearing workarounds in systems not designed for them, into a cargo forklift. Not hacked, not subdued, convinced. The drone's threat assessment logic was intact. Its defensive drive was intact. Its operational capability was intact. It had simply been informed, via the Tier-4 behavioral redirect, that the isotope containers were the thing it was built to protect, and so it protected them, carefully, precisely, with the full attention of a defense system that had been designed for a civilization capable of building a Dyson Sphere, now applied to the task of ensuring that magnetic containment vessels were loaded onto freighters without incident. The builders would have found that deeply strange, if any of them had remained to find anything. A second drone entered the hangar from a lateral access bay. Same golden composite at its core, same crude bolt-on modifications at its periphery. It moved to a separate loading position, and the ground crew split to service both simultaneously, the operation expanding to fill the available infrastructure with the organic efficiency of a logistics chain that had been running long enough to have optimized itself. The original defense grid for a structure this size would have been extensive. Not one drone, not two. The Sphere's builders had constructed something large enough to contain a star and had defended it accordingly. If the Syndicate had reprogrammed the grid, if not 2 drones but dozens or hundreds were currently running modified behavioral logic throughout the Sphere's interior volume, then the operational scale of the isotope extraction was significantly larger than the comms intercept alone had indicated. The comms intercept had shown accelerating extraction tempo. The dock complex showed the logistics infrastructure to support it. The drone fleet, if it existed at the scale the Sphere's original defense requirements would have demanded, provided the cargo handling capacity to move that infrastructure's output. The hangar floor lights cycled as a third drone entered. Count. 3 in visual range. The lateral access bay has depth I can't resolve at this range. There are more beyond the visible section. The drone traffic pattern in this bay is sequential, not simultaneous. They're queuing. Whatever the access bay connects to, it's holding additional units waiting for loading positions. A queue. An organized queue of reprogrammed ancient killing machines waiting their turn to load weapons-grade stellar isotopes into cargo haulers in the belly of a dead star, managed by people who had been here long enough that this was simply the shift routine. The queue had order. The queue had patience. The queue did not communicate between units in any way the suit sensors could detect. No radio, no electromagnetic coordination, just each drone waiting in the lateral access bay for the one ahead of it to finish. Operating on behavioral logic that had been running since before the human species had a written language, now tasked with cargo throughput optimization in a black market isotope operation. The strut vibrated as the nearest drone's movement transmitted through the structural lattice into the overhead beam. The vibration had a quality distinct from the sphere's baseline, smoother, more sustained, the frictionless locomotion of a machine engineered without the mechanical tolerances that produced friction in normal systems. The builders had not built with tolerances. They had built with precision so complete that tolerance had been unnecessary, and 900,000 years later, still running on whatever remained of the original power feed, the drone moved across the hangar floor with a smoothness that made the Syndicate's bolt-on cargo cradles look like exactly what they were. Salvage attached to a miracle. Crude metal bolted to something that should not have still existed, doing something it was never designed for, because the people who found it had looked at a 900,000-year-old defense system and asked not, what was this for, but what can we make it do? Freighter inbound. Bearing from the southern transit corridor. Rogue hauler, non-standard configuration. Multiple hull patches visible at this range. The freighter appeared at the hangar bay's upper approach vector. A vessel that had been a commercial hauler at some point in its operational life and had since accumulated modifications, repairs, and additions that had replaced most of its original surface with whatever had been available at the time of each successive fix. Hull plates of different alloys, some still showing the manufacturer's surface treatment, and some ground down to bare metal where the treatment had been removed to allow welding. Drive pods from at least 3 different manufacturers, mounted asymmetrically because the original mounts had been lost or destroyed and the replacement mounts had been fabricated to fit the available space rather than the original specification. Running lights that did not match. Different intensities, different colors, the accumulated optical record of a ship that had been losing components faster than it could source matching replacements. It was not a ship that anyone had designed. It was a ship that had evolved under operational pressure, each change made to keep it flying rather than to preserve any coherent engineering intent. It descended toward the bay on approach vectors that should have triggered the sphere's original automated defense protocols. The defense grid let it through without deviation. No alert. No targeting response from the drone units in the hangar. The sphere's architecture, which had been built to protect a civilization, cleared the freighter as though it had been scheduled, which, through the Tier-4 override, it had been. The bypass had to be active. The sphere's automated systems were still running. The same closed-loop architecture the beacon in the labyrinth had been spliced into, and those systems would have flagged an unauthorized vessel entering through the hull fracture network. But the freighter descended without incident, smoothly, as though the bay recognized it, as though something in the sphere's own architecture had been told to expect this specific vessel and stand down. A Tier-4 splice, not on a single beacon, not on one access node. On the sphere's entire automated defense grid, someone had taken the most sophisticated, most ancient, most closed-loop security architecture in the accessible galaxy and had run a brute force override through every node in sequence. Not all at once. That would have triggered the failsafe cascade, but one node at a time, methodically, until the whole system reclassified the Syndicate's fleet as non-threatening. The bypass had to have taken months, possibly longer. Each node would have required physical access, physical contact with the Tier-4 splicer hardware, the same patient node-by-node approach that had converted the wiring labyrinth's beacon network, but scaled to the entire sphere's interior volume rather than one tier's conduit network. Months of work in the dark, inside the sphere, before a single freighter could be cleared for approach, before the first containment vessel had been loaded, before the operation had produced anything at all. The builders had spent 900,000 years building something impenetrable. The Syndicate had spent however long it had taken to sit in the dark next to each successive node with a Tier-4 splicer and a great deal of patience, doing it one at a time until impenetrable had been renegotiated into something more accommodating. Not clever, not elegant, the opposite of elegant, just relentlessly persistent, in the dark, for as long as it took, with tools that cost money rather than requiring genius. The kind of solution that a sufficiently motivated organization produces when it cannot outthink a system and decides to outlast it instead. The freighter settled onto the hangar floor. The loading drones moved toward it with their frictionless locomotion, cargo cradles extending, and the ground crew was already in position before the landing struts had finished compressing. The operation had timing. The operation had coordination. The operation had the specific smooth overlap of a process that had been repeated enough times that every participant knew their position and their cue without needing direction. 1,200 meters above, the crawl resumed. The strut ran another 400 meters before it reached the anchor point where the team could descend. 400 meters of vibration in the composite under the chest, 400 meters of the dock complex resolving in the suit optics below, 400 meters of a loading operation running with the unhurried confidence of something that had never been interrupted and did not expect to be. That expectation was the operational vulnerability, and the team had now mapped it from above. Chapter 7. The Forbidden Fusion. 62% containment and the floor was 40, and the loading operation below had not checked the field readings in 17 minutes. That last fact came from watching. 17 minutes of static position in the equipment housing, suit thermals suppressed, telemetry running composite scan passes, and in 17 minutes, no one from the ground crew had approached the back row of the staging area where the vessels with the lowest containment readings were waiting their turn. Not a single field diagnostic, not a handheld sensor check. The minimum clearance protocol around the vessels was being observed with complete consistency. And the field readings on the oldest stage vessels were not being observed at all. The safety culture had covered handling. It had not covered monitoring. The containment field strength reading had been available since the first scan pass. The number had sat in the HUD while the telemetry suite ran its subsequent composite passes against the matte black housing staged in the loading bay below. The magnetic shielding fighting the scan at every frequency, giving back partial returns, the software stitched into a picture that was not quite complete, but was complete enough. Then the spectral signature came back, and the 62% number acquired weight. The team had repositioned from the overhead strut to this derelict equipment housing cantilevered from the subsector wall, 200 meters above the loading bay floor, close enough for the long-range telemetry suite to attempt to scan the strut's distance had made impossible. The housing interior was empty except for mounting brackets and the ghost of a thermal footprint where the original monitoring equipment had been removed carefully, recently enough that the equalization had not completed. Not demolished. Extracted. The same deliberate removal evident at Waypoint Alpha, at the equipment housings on the ascent toward the processor deck. Each one stripped of its monitoring function. Each one showing the thermal signature of care rather than urgency. Someone had been working through the sphere's internal monitoring infrastructure systematically, taking the builder's sensors out of its own walls one housing at a time, leaving the architecture intact and the observational function gone. The mounts remained. The fastener holes remained. The thermal ghost remained. The thing that had watched from this position, Whatever the builders had installed here to observe the subsector below did not remain. The implications of that sat at the back of the mind and declined to move into words. Telemetry is active, running scan protocol on the staged containers. The magnetic shielding on the housings is rated containment class, heavy, multiple passes needed to penetrate at this range, running first pass. Below, the loading operation continued without interruption. A defense drone, original builder chassis, golden and frictionlessly smooth at its core. Cargo cradles and magnetic lock arrays bolted on with the same crude fastener approach as every other Syndicate modification encountered since entry, was completing a load cycle at the primary bay. The ground crew maintained a minimum clearance around the containment vessels that was not casual preference. 2 meters, consistently. 2 operators per vessel for repositioning. No sudden movements. The suits they wore were heavier than standard void configuration, reinforced at the torso and hands, a secondary shielding housing visible at each helmet's rear facing that standard void suits did not carry. Isotope handling specification. Whoever had equipped this crew had sourced the correct equipment and trained the crew to wear it, and the training had held long enough that the minimum clearance habit was no longer conscious. The body maintained the distance. The mind was elsewhere. A supervisor occupied a position near the lateral bay entrance, watching the drone queue, watching the loading bay, tracking the transition between active drones without issuing any visible direction. The operation ran correctly without direction because it had been running long enough to know itself. The Syndicate ran a safety program for its weapons-grade materials handlers in a black market extraction operation inside a dead star. First pass complete. Shielding attenuation is significant. Edge of spectrum returns only. Running second pass with enhanced sensitivity. The drone completed its cycle and withdrew to the lateral access bay. A second unit entered, cargo cradles already lowered, the behavioral logic pre-queuing the action during transit. The ground crew redistributed to the new position without visible communication. The smooth anticipatory repositioning of people who had done this exact task enough times that they no longer needed to discuss it. The supervisor near the lateral bay entrance tracked the transition and made no visible gesture. The operation ran correctly without direction because it knew itself by now. 4 minutes for the second pass. The Sphere's structural hum came through the equipment housing's composite walls and into the boot soles, layered with the dock complex's mechanical output and with the tight high-frequency oscillation emanating from the staged containers themselves. A narrow band signature the telemetry sensors had flagged on first arrival at this position, and that the audio filters had been suppressing since. A magnetic field generates that frequency when it is working against something that does not want to stay contained. The containers had been producing it before the team arrived. They would continue producing it until the field held or until it did not. The hum was not loud. It was specific. It had a quality distinct from the Sphere's resonance and distinct from the drone locomotion vibration. Something with intention behind it. Something that was actively resisting rather than passively transmitting. The drone below completed its cycle and withdrew to the lateral bay. A second unit entered. Cargo cradles already lowered. The behavioral logic pre-queuing the action during transit. The ground crew redistributed to the new position without visible communication. The smooth anticipatory movement of people who had done this task enough times that discussion had been rendered unnecessary by repetition. The supervisor near the lateral bay entrance tracked the transition. Made no visible gesture. The operation ran. Second pass complete. Third pass initiating. Building a composite from the return data. The housing spec matches magnetic containment vessels designed for volatile stellar material. Standard cargo containers don't use containment class shielding. The field isn't preventing leakage. It's preventing expansion. Confirm the material identification. Third pass running. 6 minutes. 6 minutes of the oscillation in the housing walls, and the structural hum in the floor, and the loading operation proceeding below, with the methodical efficiency of something that had been running too long to be interrupted by the presence of an observer 200 meters above it. The third drone entered the bay. The queue in the lateral access bay remained unresolved. Depth still uncharted, drone count still open, throughput of an operation sized for volume rather than precision. Third pass complete. Composite is sufficient for a signature match. Running. The pause that followed was longer than a processing delay. The kind of pause that means the result has returned and the person reading it is deciding how to say it clearly on the first attempt. Confirmed. Weapons-grade stellar isotopes. The spectral signature is unambiguous. The Council's prohibited material, active and volatile, magnetically contained. The containment field was the only thing making the vessels in the staging area an engineering problem rather than a terminal event. Stellar isotopes in their active state did not hold a stable form without an external magnetic field maintaining compression. Without the field, thermal expansion initiated, not slowly, not in a way that allowed time for intervention. The material expanded. The expansion generated heat. The heat accelerated the expansion. The process had no natural termination point short of the complete consumption of the available material, and the rate of progression from containment failure to terminal event was measured in seconds. The containment field was the entire margin between a loading operation and an extinction class incident, and the margin on the nearest cluster of staged vessels was sitting at 62% of rated maximum, with a floor of 40. 22 points of margin. In vessels that had been in the staging area for an unknown duration, in an operation running on an accelerating tempo that the comms intercept had flagged and that the loading bay's throughput was confirming. Material that had been moving from the extraction point to the staging area, to the drone loading sequence faster, in larger batches, on shorter intervals. The operational signature of an organization that had decided its window was closing and had shifted from sustainable pace to urgent extraction. Urgency produced handling conditions that sustainable pace did not. The Council had banned stellar isotopes 100 years ago, had classified the relevant technical knowledge, destroyed the known stockpiles, and built an enforcement architecture around interdiction. Teams like this one, mission profiles like this one, the institutional machinery of a prohibition that assumed the hard part was controlling the material once it existed. The follow-up had been filed. The matter had been closed. The Council's threat assessment on stellar isotopes had been downgraded from active to legacy in the decades following the ban. The enforcement posture relaxing as the years passed without a confirmed isotope incident. The budget reallocated to more immediately pressing threats because a banned substance that no one was producing was a lower priority than a banned substance that someone was actively trafficking. The classification level of this mission had been notably high for what the briefing had described as a materials scavenging operation. The team had noted the discrepancy and not asked about it, because at that classification level you did not ask about gaps between the stated threat and the actual access tier. You went in and found out. The prohibition had been built on the assumption that it had caught the material at the source, that without the technical knowledge circulating and without the existing stockpiles, production would stop. The assumption had treated knowledge as the bottleneck. Know how to extract from a stellar core, have the containment technology to handle what you extracted, and you could produce stellar isotopes. Remove the knowledge, and you remove the capability. The bottleneck was not knowledge. The bottleneck was access to a stellar core, and for a century that had been sufficient because stellar cores were sealed inside stars, behind temperatures and pressures that made extraction theoretical rather than operational. The universe had been a reliable barrier. And then someone had found a Dyson Sphere built around a cooling stellar remnant and found that the remnant's plasma vein network was still carrying active fusion material at extractable conditions, and found that the sphere's own structural systems could be Tier-4 spliced into compliance one node at a time, in the dark, over months, until the entire defense grid cleared their freighters and the drones loaded their cargo and the bottleneck that a century-old prohibition had relied on stopped existing. The prohibition had been holding a closed file against a window. Someone had been on the other side building an extraction operation for long enough that the people staffing it had developed their own safety protocols, their own loading optimization routines, their own comms shorthand, and their own habit of not checking the field readings on the back row of the staging area. One vial of that yields more destructive output than a dreadnought's primary reactor. Below, 40-plus containment vessels sat in the staging area waiting their turn. Shipping container scale. Magnetic lock housings at containment field strength between 62 and 71%. The floor was 40. The material inside was the most illegal substance in the accessible galaxy, packaged in volume, being loaded onto a freighter for transit to the inhabited sectors by people in isotope handling suits who were observing their minimum clearance protocols and did not appear to be monitoring the field readings on the vessels that had been staged longest. The dock lighting shifted angle as the third drone's cradles adjusted position. Through the housing material's light-absorbing matte surface, designed to suppress external evidence of the contents, something was faintly visible, not a glow, a quality of presence. The isotope's own luminescence bleeding through containment. The viscous golden fluid the asset ledger described carrying the radiance of the stellar process that had produced it, still warm enough at its molecular foundation to produce light. The light of a fusion core compressed into a magnetic lock vessel and told to stay still by a field running at 62%. It was not staying still. It was pushing. The field was holding it, and the field was not going to stop working, and the material was not going to stop pushing, and the gap between 62 and 40 was not infinite. The vessels toward the back of the staging area had been staged longest. The containment levels on those vessels were lower than 62. The loading sequence was running front to back, which meant the lowest field vessels were loading last, which meant the field on those vessels would continue eroding for the full duration of the remaining load cycle before the drone rotation reached them. No one below was monitoring the field readings on the back row. The freighter's loading bay was accepting vessels. The drone rotation was filling it on schedule. The transit heading, based on the comms intercept, terminated in the inhabited sectors within the operational window. And the inhabited sectors contained stations and planets, and the 300 billion people who had been living for a century under the assumption that the most dangerous material in the accessible galaxy had been banned into non-existence. It had not been non-existent. It had been here, warming slowly in its containers, 62% and falling, waiting in the dark of a dead star for someone to finish loading it onto a freighter. The field held. For now. Chapter 8. Syndicate Profiling. The gravity shift mining claim had drawn blood before Rook arrived to finish it. Two of the scavengers on the losing side were already down by the time the team established the observation position. A recessed structural alcove at subsector floor level. Thermal signatures suppressed. Suit optics at maximum magnification. 40 meters from the nearest shantytown structure. The claim was marked with the Syndicate's standard staking method. A ring of kinetic anchor pins driven into the subsector floor at intervals, the pins connected by a tensioned cable that established the extraction zone's perimeter. The cable had been cut. That was what the dispute was about. Someone had cut the staking cable on an active gravity shift claim, moved the anchor pins, restaked a smaller zone that excluded two of the highest yield floating positions, and then defended that smaller zone when the original claimants arrived and registered what had been done. The defense had not held at the point the team arrived to observe. It was in the process of failing with the specific inevitability of a 4-against-6 engagement in a confined space where the 4 had already lost 2 members. The claim itself was visible at the center of the dispute. A column of zero-gravity space rising from the subsector floor to the structural tier above, perhaps 10 meters in diameter at its base and narrowing as it rose, the boundary defined by the point where the gravity anomaly yielded to the sphere's nominal internal field. Within the column, composite fragments from the sphere's deteriorating architecture floated at various heights, rotating slowly in the thermal currents from the plasma veins below. Golden iridescent material, builder composite, shed by the sphere's slow structural failure, worth considerably more per gram to the Syndicate's operations than anything the operation could import. In a gravity shift zone, the material came to the harvester. The anomaly did the labor. All the scavengers had to do was net the fragments and log the yield. It was, in the context of the sphere's shadow economy, premium real estate. Premium real estate generated premium disputes. The dispute had the kinetic quality of something past the point of arbitration. 6 against 4, the 4 down to 2 mobile members. The tactical situation irreversible. It was going to end in a specific way, and that way was becoming visible when the floor changed. Not a sound. A quality in the vibration. Something the body registered as a shift before the brain processed it as information. The baseline structural hum developing an undercurrent, a deeper pulse, the kind that arrived through the floor as weight rather than frequency. It was distinct from the sphere's own baseline. The sphere's baseline was pervasive, distributed, the resonance of a structure too large to have a single source. This was directional, coming from a specific point in the shantytown's interior and approaching. Both groups registered it at the same moment, and the registration was not a decision, but a reflex. The 2 mobile members of the defending 4 stopped moving toward the exit they had been moving toward. The 6 stopped pressing the advantage they had been pressing. All of them turned toward the same direction without discussing it, the way that organisms which evolved alongside large predators turn toward low-frequency ground transmission before the source resolves into anything visual. Neither group had made a choice. Their bodies had made one on their behalf. The man who came from between the shantytown's outer structures moved with the specific deliberateness of someone who had decided where each foot was going to land before the walk began, and found no reason to revise that decision as the walk proceeded. Average height. Lightly built in the places the augmentations had not changed, and significantly different in the places they had. The augmentations covered his hands, his forearms to the elbow, the left side of his neck and jaw, a section of his upper chest visible through the open collar of the work suit he wore. Golden, iridescent at angles, the builder's composite, integrated rather than attached, the boundary between the original tissue and the added material impossible to locate even at maximum magnification. The shimmer of it was the same shimmer as the sphere's corridor walls, as the cable trunks in the labyrinth, as every surface in this structure that the original architects had touched. Walking through the shantytown in that material, he looked less like a person who had modified himself with the sphere's components, and more like a person the sphere had decided to include in its architecture. He did not look at the scavengers on either side of the dispute as he crossed the space between the outer structures and the staking zone. He looked at the gravity shift column, at the floating composite fragments, at the thermal current moving through the weightless zone, at the boundary line where the anomaly's zero-gravity field met the sphere's nominal internal gravity, and the suspended material simply stopped rising and held its height. He walked toward it with the specific attention of someone approaching something they own and are checking on. The dispute on either side of the column registering to him approximately the way a property owner registers litter on their land. As a condition that would require resolution, but not as a situation that required the elevation of his concern. He stopped at the edge of the staking cable's original perimeter. Did not look at the scavengers on either side. Looked at the floating debris in the gravity shift column. The composite shards rotating slowly in the anomaly's thermal current. The fragments of the sphere's own failing architecture suspended at various heights in the weightless zone. Patient and unhurried and indifferent to the blood that had been spilled below them in the last 10 minutes. The lowest fragment was at approximately waist height. The highest was near the ceiling of the passage, turning slowly in a different thermal current than the ones below. the iridescent surface of the builder's composite, catching the ambient work lighting of the shantytown and returning it in small flashes as its rotation carried each face through the beam. He watched them, not quickly, not with the attention of someone assessing value or planning extraction, with the attention of someone watching something that belonged to them and taking a moment to confirm that it was still there and still doing what it was supposed to do. She suspends what she sheds. Quiet, not projected. The voice of someone accustomed to the condition where people around them find a way to hear whatever they say. Like a body releasing cells. She's been shedding for 1,000,000 years, and she'll be shedding when this claim and the people disputing it are both dust. You're not harvesting, you're collecting what she's already decided to release. Neither group moved. I listened to her heartbeat in the floor. 4-second intervals. It's slowed 3% in the 14 months since we opened the lower veins. She's giving more than she's taking back. That's not sustainable indefinitely, and I adjust the extraction schedule accordingly, because someone has to understand what she can provide and what she cannot, and that someone is me. He crouched, one palm flat against the floor, directly over the staking zone. The golden composite of the hand caught the faint thermal bleed from the plasma veins below and returned it upward, and for a moment the underside of his palm glowed with the warmth of a dead star's last heat. He held the position, not for effect, for information, listening to the floor the way he had described, reading the 4-second interval through the builder's composite in his hand, checking the heartbeat against the baseline he carried in his head from 14 months of the same check performed at intervals throughout the sphere. Satisfied with what the floor told him, or dissatisfied, or simply updated. His expression did not resolve the difference at range. You've been bleeding her for a claim that isn't yours, without authorization, without logging the shift in the extraction ledger. He stood without urgency. The gravity well that makes this zone valuable took 3 weeks of controlled dampener overload to establish. The field geometry is maintained by 4 relay nodes I personally calibrated. You are standing in something I built and arguing about who owns it. The kinetic weapon came from the mount on his lower back, without any of the preparatory signals that weapons draws usually carry. No raise, no aim confirmed, no visual acquisition of the target. He applied it twice in less than 1 scan cycle, and the 2 mobile members of the group that had cut the cable were no longer mobile or anything else. The weapon returned to its mount. The full sequence, from draw to remount, completed in under 2 seconds. The remaining members of both groups vacated the immediate area with the specific urgency of people who have just updated their understanding of what the immediate area costs, and discovered that the cost was non-negotiable and retroactive. He did not watch them go. He was looking at the gravity shift column again, at the composite fragments rotating in the anomaly, at the sphere's shed material hanging patient and unchanged above the resolution of the dispute. The dispute had been a local incident. The column had not noticed it. The column would not notice its conclusion. The column was operating on timescales that did not register events measured in minutes, and whatever the builders had intended when they constructed it, when they built the sphere that housed it and the kinetic field systems that had decayed into producing it, had nothing to do with 2 groups of scavengers arguing over who owned the right to net its contents. There's no law down here, just physics and whoever holds the detonator. Not to the retreating scavengers, to the column, to the floating debris and the thermal bleed and the 4-second pulse he could feel in the floor through his boot soles. The accounting of someone who has reduced the jurisdiction he manages to its operational principles and finds the reduction accurate. He pressed his palm to the floor a second time, held it longer than the first. The iridescent composite glowed softly, where the plasma veins' warmth reached the surface, the builder's material conducting the heat the way it conducted everything. Seamlessly, completely, with no evidence of resistance. He was listening to something, the heartbeat he had described, the 4-second interval, The 3% slowdown that represented 14 months of accumulated data compared against the baseline he had established when they opened the lower veins. A reading that required context, not just the current interval, but the history of intervals, the direction of drift, the rate of change. The kind of monitoring that required presence, continuity, time. The kind of monitoring that was only possible if the person doing it had been here long enough to build the reference set. He had been here long enough. Then he straightened and walked back between the shantytown structures with the same deliberate certainty in each footfall as the approach, and the floor vibration diminished as the distance increased, and the gravity shift column continued rotating its composite fragments above the restaked claim, and the two thermal absences where two scavengers had been equalized slowly against the ambient floor temperature as the environment absorbed the energy the weapon had deposited and redistributed it into the sphere's indifferent mass. The mission briefing had described the Syndicate's ruling structure as unknown. That description was accurate from the outside. From the sensor arrays and intercept data and second-hand reports that external intelligence produced, which gave a picture of outputs, shipments, transmissions, logistics volumes, extraction rates. It did not give a picture of the person organizing them. External intelligence on a closed system was always a picture of what the system produced rather than what drove it. The outputs had implied a logistics operation, competent, organized, operating at scale, led by someone with the organizational capacity to run a multi-faction labor force in a hostile environment. Those were the parameters the briefing had characterized as unknown and significant. The parameters were correct. The characterization of unknown was no longer applicable. What drove the operation was a man who listened to a dying star's heartbeat in the floor and adjusted his extraction schedule when the interval changed. Who had built the gravity shift zones his scavengers harvested and calibrated the relay nodes that maintained their field geometry, and tracked a 3% slowdown across 14 months of operation, with the kind of granular continuity that only came from being present and attentive at consistent intervals for the entire 14 months, who referred to the sphere not as a location or a resource, but as something that provided, that gave, that shed, that breathed, and who managed its provision the way a careful person manages something they are responsible for, with attention to the rate of giving, with adjustment when the rate became unsustainable, with the specific seriousness of someone who understood that the thing they were drawing from had limits, and that exceeding those limits had consequences they would have to live inside. Who carried a kinetic weapon he used the way other people use punctuation and felt no more need to watch the result than a person feels need to watch a period after placing it at the end of a sentence. The golden augmentations had been integrated with a precision and a technical depth that did not belong to a shantytown operation. Shantytown operations bolted things to surfaces. They drove fasteners into composite that had taken 900,000 years to achieve its current molecular state, and did not ask what they were piercing. The augmentations implied something different. A facility, a process, a relationship with the inhabited sectors that extended beyond the isotope trade and that the mission briefing's materials scavenging framing had not begun to account for. The 40-plus containment vessels loading in the dock complex were the operation's output. The man who had just walked back between the shantytown structures was its driver, its architect, and the person who had spent 14 months pressing his palm to the floor and building the reference set that made him the only person in the sphere who fully understood what it could still provide. The sphere had a king, and kings, as a general matter, had plans that extended considerably beyond their current position. The suit internal temperature was at 12 degrees above baseline and climbing. The heat-soak tolerance had a hard ceiling, and the team had been in suppression mode long enough that the ceiling was now a near-term operational constraint rather than a background concern. The observation phase was done. Whatever came next was going to require moving rather than watching, and now there was a face and a voice, and a name that the mission briefing had not provided but the next rotation would. Chapter 9. The Exchange. The rival faction's ship landed without asking permission, and that was the first sign that the exchange was going to be difficult. No approach comms. No docking request on any of the frequencies the burst transmission intercept had identified as the shantytown's standard logistics channels. The ship simply appeared on the thermal scan, a vessel roughly twice the size of the freighters the Syndicate used for isotope transit, with a thermal signature that the suit's analysis software flagged as inconsistent. Too cold at the drive housings for a ship that had just completed an approach burn. The surface temperature reading consistent with a vessel that had been running heat suppression systems. A stealth approach into a landing pad that the Syndicate controlled, in a structure that the Syndicate had spent months systematically stripping of monitoring capability. The rival faction had used a stealth approach in a space where the only eyes belonged to the people they were visiting. That was not a gesture of trust. That was a demonstration. The team's position had shifted twice since Chapter 8's observation at the gravity shift claim. The heat soak constraint had forced a suppression mode break, 20 minutes at full thermal output, suits running normally, HUD showing the internal temperature dropping back toward baseline, while the team held a secondary position in an unoccupied structural recess well above the shantytown floor. The break had cost time and had cost the thermal profile advantage of a fully cold team. The current position was a compromise. Partial suppression, suits running at 60% thermal management, internal temperature holding at 4 degrees above baseline rather than 12. Manageable. The compromise meant a faint thermal signature was present, but the suit's adaptive camouflage layer was handling the bleed, scattering it across the composite surface of the structural column they were pressed against rather than presenting as a distinct point source. The landing pad was visible from this position at a range of approximately 300 meters. A cleared area of subsector floor, the surface marked with the Syndicate's kinetic anchor pin method in a larger configuration than the mining claim stakes. A defined rectangle roughly the size of a city block. The anchor pins here carrying tensioned cables that supported a series of overhead lighting rigs. The lights were the brightest source in the subsector, positioned to illuminate the pad and nothing surrounding it, a pool of harsh work lighting that threw the structures on the pad's edge into sharp relief and made the darkness beyond them absolute by contrast. Rook was already on the pad when the rival ship landed. He stood at the center of the marked rectangle with 2 of his armored personnel flanking him at the regulation distance that bodyguards maintain when they have been trained for exactly this kind of meeting. Close enough to act, far enough to not crowd the principal's space, positioned to cover the threat vectors that the principal would not be watching. The golden composite of his augmentations caught the landing pad lighting and returned it in that specific iridescent shimmer, visible at 300 meters without magnification. He did not move when the rival ship's landing struts compressed. He stood as though the ship had landed in a space he had defined, rather than in a space he was being visited in. The rival faction exited in formation. 8 operators, heavy armor, weapons visible and not at low ready, carried at a height that communicated availability without communicating immediate intent. The weapons were not Syndicate hardware, not the jury-rigged kinetic weapons and plasma cutters that characterized everything the shantytown had built from available parts. These were manufactured, standardized, each operator carrying the same configuration, the same mounting system, the same surface treatment on the hardware that indicated a single procurement, rather than individual acquisition, the kind of equipment that came from a supply chain rather than from a fabrication shop, from a logistics base rather than from whatever was available in a given sector. The kind of equipment that implied the faction carrying it had access to channels the shantytown did not use or could not afford, and that implied further that the faction had the institutional standing to move that equipment across the regulated borders that would otherwise have flagged it. They were not scavengers. They were not opportunists who had found the sphere the way Rook's original crew must have found it. They were organized, supplied, and connected to something external with the resources to equip 8 operators in matched kit for a demonstration visit inside a dead star. Their leader was a head taller than anyone flanking her, moving with the specific economy of someone who had done this specific thing, walked into a hostile principles-controlled space, carrying a cargo the hostile principal wanted, enough times to have removed the anxiety from it without removing the attention, attentive without being visibly tense, the professional affect of a negotiator who had learned that tension transmitted and had stopped transmitting it some time ago. The cargo came down the ship's ramp on a grav sled, a single case, roughly the size of a portable equipment housing, sealed and dark. The suit's passive sensors ran a scan at 300 meters and returned a reading that the analysis software could not fully characterize. The case was shielded, not with the containment class magnetic shielding of the isotope vessels, but with a different kind of shielding, the electromagnetic signature consistent with active optical suppression systems. Cloaking technology. The kind of hardware that the Galactic Council's restricted materials list classified 2 tiers above the stellar isotopes that were currently loading onto a freighter in the dock complex. They were trading down. The cloaking tech was more regulated than what they were receiving in exchange. The exchange protocol had a specific structure that the suit optics could read from the body language before any of the principals confirmed it verbally. The rival leader stopped at an established distance. Rook closed half of it. The grav sled carrying the cloaking case stopped where the rival leader stopped. One of Rook's flanking personnel brought a containment vessel from behind the landing pad's edge. A single isotope housing, smaller than the shipping container scale units in the dock complex, the handheld scale that the comms intercept had referenced as demonstration units. Enough to confirm the material. Not enough to represent the full transaction. The confirmation phase, both parties showing the goods before the count, was agreed. The protocol was legible in the body language even at 300 meters. The careful positioning, the specific distance maintained, the way both sets of flanking personnel tracked each other's hands without appearing to track each other's hands. A choreography that both sides knew and were performing simultaneously, each reading the other's execution for any deviation from the expected pattern that might indicate something other than what had been agreed in advance. The exchange ran correctly through the initial steps. The rival leader's hand came down on the cloaking case's locking mechanism, not opening it, just demonstrating access, demonstrating that the case was present and the lock was functional and the contents were available. Rook's flanking personnel extended the containment vessel to the display position, not releasing it, not transferring it, demonstrating it. Enough to confirm the material. The confirmation phase completing on both sides simultaneously, both parties reading the result as satisfactory. Then something was said. The optics could not resolve speech at this range, only gesture and posture, and the posture changed. One of Rook's personnel made a gesture toward the cloaking case that the rival leader's body registered as presumptuous before any verbal response had been given. The rival leader's hand did not move from the case locking mechanism, but the set of her shoulders changed, the shift that the suit's movement analysis flagged as preparation rather than relaxation. The body updating its readiness state in response to a social signal that had landed as a violation of the protocol's implied boundary. Rook's flanking personnel retracted the containment vessel by approximately 15 centimeters. The 8 operators behind the rival leader shifted their weapon carry from available to imminent without raising fully. Rook's 2 personnel moved to positions that were no longer flanking positions, but were instead firing positions that happened to be located where flanking positions had been, a perceived slight. Something in the execution of the confirmation phase that one side had read as an overreach and the other side had not registered as such, and neither side was currently in a posture that made verbal resolution the natural next step. The exchange was 4 seconds from becoming a different kind of event entirely. Then the sphere moved. Not a tremor, not a vibration. The floor stopped being a floor. The entire subsector underwent a lateral displacement that the suit's inertial sensors registered as a 9.2 G event, lasting approximately 3 seconds, and the characterization of it as a lateral displacement rather than a collision was purely technical. The felt experience was indistinguishable from being struck by something massive moving at speed. The overhead lighting rigs on the landing pad tore free of their anchor cables and swung, the cables snapping at the tensioned connection points, and the rigs themselves becoming free-moving masses that swept through the lit volume of the landing pad in arcs determined by their remaining attachment points. The landing pad floor surface, the composite of the sphere's original subsector floor, developed a visible crack running from the pad's northern edge to its center in approximately 1 second, the crack widening as the displacement continued, the material on either side of the fracture moving at slightly different rates as the stress propagated through the structure. Rook was down. Both flanking personnel were down. The rival leader was down. The 8 operators had not been able to maintain standing position. The G event was not directional in a way that allowed bracing. It was structural. It was the floor itself deciding to be somewhere else for 3 seconds, and nobody braced for that. The grav sled carrying the cloaking case had flipped. The case was on the floor of the landing pad, seal intact, the locking mechanism visible and closed. The isotope containment vessel had left the flanking personnel's grip and was somewhere in the landing pad that the optics could not immediately resolve. The crack in the floor continued spreading. From every speaker system in the shantytown, the jury-rigged broadcast network the burst transmission intercept had identified as the Syndicate's emergency channel, an alarm began. Not a synthesized tone. A raw signal, amplitude modulated, the kind of alert that automated systems produce when they have been triggered by a threshold condition and are broadcasting the fact of that condition on every available channel simultaneously. The Sphere's own monitoring architecture, the closed-loop system that the Tier-4 splices had been modifying node by node, was producing output. Not compromised output, not the redirected behavioral logic of the reprogrammed defense drones. The Sphere's own systems, running their original protocols, registering that something internal had exceeded a threshold and broadcasting the registration. The structural tremor had not been the Sphere passively failing. Passive failure had a specific signature. Gradual, diffuse, the slow deterioration of material under load across geological time. What the inertial sensors had just registered was not that. It was triggered. A threshold condition in the Sphere's original monitoring architecture had been reached, and the architecture had responded. The aggressive mining, the plasma vein extraction running at an accelerating tempo, the dampener overloads for the gravity shift zones, 14 months of drawing from the veins at a rate the 3% heartbeat slowdown indicated the Sphere could not sustain indefinitely, had crossed a parameter that the Sphere's original systems had been built to detect. A management threshold, the kind of threshold that a structure built to regulate the energy output of a living star would have been engineered to monitor and respond to. The Tier-4 overrides had redirected the behavioral logic of the defense drones, had reclassified the Syndicate's fleet as non-threatening to the automated defense grid, had inserted compliance into every spliced node in the Sphere's closed-loop architecture, one patient node at a time, until the Sphere let the Syndicate move freely inside it. But the Tier-4 protocol addressed access control. It addressed target discrimination. It addressed the systems designed to keep unauthorized entities out. It had not addressed the systems designed to manage what happened inside. The Sphere was not waking up the way a person wakes from sleep. It was initiating a response the way an immune system initiates, not to consciousness, not to awareness, but to function, to the execution of protocols designed to address a specific category of internal condition. A star management system, detecting that its star was being drawn on at a rate its architects had categorized as requiring automated intervention. 900,000 years of dormancy. And then someone had opened the lower veins, and the heartbeat had slowed 3% across 14 months, and whatever internal counter the sphere's management architecture had been running had reached the value it had been waiting to reach. The alarm broadcasting across every shantytown channel was not a warning to the Syndicate. It was the sphere logging that the response had initiated and broadcasting that log on every available channel because that was what its protocol specified. It had not been designed to communicate with the Syndicate. It had been designed to communicate with the builders, who were not present, and it was broadcasting to the only receivers it could reach in their absence. On the landing pad, through the settling dust of the fracture and the swinging remnants of the overhead rigs, the figures were beginning to move again. The rival leader was up first, one hand on the cloaking case. Rook was pushing himself upright with a deliberateness that suggested the G-event had reached him despite his augmentations, the golden composite of his hands pressing flat against the cracked floor, the way they had pressed against the subsector floor at the gravity shift claim, and this time the floor was not answering with the steady 4-second pulse. This time the floor was producing something else entirely. He remained crouched against the crack for 4 seconds. 6. 8. Then he stood and did not look at the rival faction, or at the scattered personnel, or at the cloaking case, or at the containment vessel that one of his personnel was already retrieving from the far edge of the pad. He looked up. Through the cross-brace lattice, through the structural tiers, through the 3,000 kilometers of interior volume toward the sphere's far inner wall, where the original automated architecture was running its dormant protocols in response to a condition it had been waiting 900,000 years to encounter. The alarm continued across every channel in the shantytown. The sphere had logged the event. The response had initiated. Whatever the response was, it had not completed. It was beginning. Chapter 10. Veins of Fire. The shielding had failed on the starboard side of the passage 3 hours ago, and nobody had fixed it. That was the information the suit's thermal sensors returned on first contact with the approach corridor, a zone of collapsed internal shielding running approximately 200 meters along the passage wall, the composite material that should have been absorbing and dispersing the plasma vein radiation below, having delaminated from its substrate at some point during the structural tremor. The layers peeling back from the wall in wide curling sheets that caught the ambient light of the passage and reflected it as the same iridescent shimmer as everything else the builders had made, but inverted, the inside of the material now facing outward, showing the thermal substrate layer that had been in contact with the vein radiation for 900,000 years, and had the color of something that had been very hot for a very long time and had not entirely finished cooling. The exposure zone read at 3,800 degrees ambient temperature on the suit's external sensors. The safe passage limit for sustained exposure in the team's current suit configuration was 4,000 degrees for approximately 40 seconds before the structural layer began to compromise. The corridor was 200 meters long. At standard movement speed, the transit time was approximately 60 seconds. 20 seconds over tolerance. We have 2 options. We go around, which adds 40 minutes and routes through the section the sphere's management response is actively destabilizing. Or we move at double pace through the hot zone and accept the degradation. Suit integrity margin on double pace transit. The thermal load increases with movement speed. The suit's radiative surface area stays constant, but the exposure rate increases as we move faster through the source zone. Double pace cuts the transit time to 30 seconds but increases the thermal load by approximately 22%. Net result is roughly equivalent degradation either way. The faster we move, the hotter each second is. The slower we move, the more seconds we spend in it. Physics is not cooperating today. A silence of approximately 2 seconds, which was the silence of a decision being made rather than the silence of hesitation. Then movement. The path that had been selected was the path that kept the intercept solution alive, the path that moved toward the convoy rather than around the problem the convoy represented. The 40-minute detour through an actively destabilizing section of Sphere architecture was not a path. It was a delay that would cost the tracking solution and leave the team inside a structure that had just demonstrated it was capable of 9.2 G lateral displacement events without warning. Moving through a 200-meter hot zone with a 30-second transit window was a problem with parameters. The detour was a problem without them. The alarm that had started during the exchange on the landing pad was still broadcasting on the Syndicate's emergency channels. A modified pattern now, not the flat, amplitude-modulated alert of the initial response, but a structured signal that Fixer had been decoding during the 40-minute repositioning from the Chapter 9 observation point. The structure was directional. The Sphere's management architecture was not simply registering a threshold condition. It was coordinating a response to one, and the response was being coordinated from nodes distributed throughout the Sphere's interior volume. The signal pattern consistent with multiple automated systems activating in sequence toward a common objective that the available decoding data was not yet sufficient to characterize. What was sufficient to characterize was the thermal output. The plasma vein network ran closest to the Sphere's structural floor in the subsector, but it ramified upward through the interior at depth-dependent intervals, secondary branches extending toward the structural tiers above, as the veins distributed their thermal output through the Sphere's architecture in the pattern of a cooling system that had been managing a star's thermal output for geological time. The tremor had opened fractures in the shielding that had been suppressing that output for 900,000 years. Not everywhere. Not uniformly. In this 200-meter section of approach corridor, the shielding had delaminated entirely, and the vein radiation was accessible at full ambient output. Full ambient output, at this depth, at this proximity to the secondary vein branches, was 3,800 degrees. The isotope shipment had moved. That was the operational imperative that made the approach corridor non-optional. During the tremor and its immediate aftermath, while both factions on the landing pad were recovering from a 9.2 G lateral displacement, the primary isotope convoy had departed the dock complex on the mag-lev transit network running through the Sphere's deep structural struts. The burst transmission intercept had captured the departure authorization. A compressed burst, the Syndicate's operational shorthand, transmitted on the emergency channel in the window between the tremor and the alarm broadcast. Someone in the operation had, in the chaos of the tremor, decided that the convoy departure window was open and had authorized the move. The convoy was now in transit. The tracking solution gave a projected route and a time window before the convoy reached its next waypoint, beyond which the intercept geometry became significantly more complex. The approach corridor was the fastest route to the intercept position. The approach corridor was also reading 3,800 degrees for 200 meters of its length. Moving at double pace, formation tight, single file, thermal suppression to maximum output. If anyone's suit hits 85% structural integrity before the transit is complete, they call it, and we pull back. The entry to the hot zone was marked by the delaminated shielding sheets, curling back from the wall in gentle arcs, the thermal substrate layer exposed and radiating at the measured ambient, the heat visible not as flame or light but as distortion, the air of the passage displacing differently in the zone than in the cooled section behind. Not quite a shimmer, more a quality of wrongness, the visual equivalent of a sound that is almost below hearing. Perceptible, but only because the reference state of the passage made the deviation legible. The suit's warning systems activated at the zone boundary, not the yellow alert of the gravity eddy, a different indicator. A solid amber band running the full periphery of the HUD display, with a countdown in the lower right corner ticking from 40 seconds as the suit registered sustained exposure to the ambient. 40 seconds of tolerance, 30 seconds of transit time at double pace, 10 seconds of margin that assumed nothing went wrong during the transit. Nothing went wrong for the first 80 meters. The hot zone at 80 meters was identical to the hot zone at the entry point. Same ambient reading, same HUD amber band, same distortion quality in the air that made the passage look like a space where the light itself was operating under different rules. The suit was managing the thermal load within the parameters established at entry, the structural integrity holding at the pre-entry reading, the countdown running down in the lower right corner of the HUD with the specific patience of a number that knows it will eventually reach zero and is simply describing the distance. Then the sentry post resolved through the heat distortion. 2 operators in Syndicate armor, positioned at a junction where a secondary passage branched off the main corridor toward the vein access shafts. Standard 2-operator post configuration, overlapping observation fields, positioned to control the junction without being positioned in the worst of the thermal exposure zone. Syndicate personnel who had held their post through the tremor and through the alarm and through the elevated ambient temperature of the hot zone's edge, because their assignment had been to hold the junction, and they had held it, doing their job, watching the approach corridor, processing the information that 4 thermal signatures were moving toward them at double pace through a section of passage that the delaminated shielding should have made impassable. The call had to be fast, and it was. Identification, Council enforcement, stand down or be bypassed. The response was a weapons draw, which was the expected response and had been planned for. The engagement lasted 11 seconds in the ambient temperature of 3,800 degrees, which had the specific effect of compressing every decision and action into the clarity that extreme physical discomfort produces. No hesitation, no inefficiency. The body performing the tasks it had been trained to perform, with the focus of a system that has been informed by its environment that the margin for error is narrow. Both sentries were down, both weapons secured and cached at the junction wall for later retrieval. 11 seconds of engagement on top of the 80 meters already transited. The HUD countdown had reached 16 seconds of remaining tolerance. Double pace! Keep moving! The remaining 120 meters of hot zone passed in 41 seconds at maximum sustainable speed. 41 seconds of the amber band on the HUD periphery, of the countdown running into negative numbers, which was not a zone the suit's designers had calibrated for, because the suit's designers had expected operators to exit a thermal hazard zone before the tolerance expired rather than to still be inside it, of the suit's structural integrity indicator dropping from its pre-entry reading of 73% to 61% as the thermal load worked on the composite layer that separated the operators from the ambient temperature of the passage. The exit end of the hot zone arrived. The delaminated shielding sheets gave way to intact wall surface, and the ambient temperature reading dropped from 3,800 degrees to 400 degrees in the space of 2 meters. Still hot, not safe, but survivable at extended exposure rather than measured in seconds. The suit's warning system shifted from solid amber to pulsing yellow. The countdown reset to the extended tolerance rating of the new ambient. The structural integrity readings stabilized. The team held the exit position for 30 seconds, letting the suit's thermal management bring the internal temperatures back toward operational baseline before the integrity readings were confirmed and logged. 61% across all 4 suits. The pre-transit reading had been 73% on the best condition suits, 68 on the worst. The hot zone had cost between 7 and 12 points of structural integrity depending on the operator, the variation driven by position in the formation and the specific thermal load each suit had encountered during the 11-second engagement. The number was noted. The implication of the number, that the retreat route through the hot zone was now more expensive than the approach had been, and would cost more points still if used, and that 50% was the reassessment threshold and 61 was the current baseline, was filed alongside the operational parameters and not discussed at length because discussing it at length would not change it. Suit integrity is dropping. If the sentries don't kill us, the ambient radiation will. The bearing to the convoy's projected route was confirmed on the mapping software. The mag-lev network ran below the current position, accessible through the vein access shafts the sentry post had been guarding. The convoy was still in transit. The tracking solution remained valid for an estimated window of another 22 minutes before the projected route took the convoy into a section of the sphere's deep structure where the mapping data was insufficient for reliable intercept geometry. 22 minutes and 61% suit integrity, and a retreat route that ran through a 200-meter thermal hazard zone. Moving deeper was the only direction that made operational sense. Moving deeper was the direction where the things that needed to be stopped were located. Moving deeper was what the mission required. The vein access shaft opened below the sentry position. From its lip, the thermal output of the plasma vein network was not a sensor reading. It was a physical presence, a column of heat rising from below with the specific quality of something that had been generating that output continuously for 900,000 years and had no intention of stopping. The heat was directional in a way that suit thermal management was not designed to address. Not ambient, not diffuse, but rising, pressing upward against the bottom of the formation with the sustained force of a convection current established at geological timescales. The suit's thermal management worked by radiating excess heat outward through the suit's external surface. Radiating into a column of rising heat was a different problem than radiating into ambient cold. The differential that allowed the suit's radiative system to function was partially cancelled by the upward thermal flow, and the HUD showed the suit's internal temperature beginning a slow climb within 30 seconds of exposure to the shaft's opening. The suit optics looking down the shaft resolved the vein surface at approximately 300 meters of depth, a slow-moving mass of luminous material, not quite fluid, not quite solid, carrying the deep orange-gold color of a stellar core, running its last fusion processes in geological slow motion. The thermal pulse was visible at this range, a brightening across the vein surface at the 4-second interval. A surge of luminosity traveling outward from the pulse point in a wave, fading, and 4 seconds later arriving again. The heartbeat Rook had described from the shantytown floor, visible here as light rather than vibration, still running, still marking time at the same interval the suit sensors had first detected in the outer entry corridor before the team had understood what they were hearing. 300 meters above that surface, the mag-lev convoy's tracking solution put the primary isotope shipment on structural struts running parallel to the vein axis. 300 meters of vertical descent into the most hostile sustained environment encountered since entry, with 61% suit integrity remaining and the retreat route costing more points each time it was used. We follow it down. Keep the suit integrity readings current. Anyone hits 50%. We reassess. The shaft accepted the first tether anchor. The descent began. The heat increased with every meter. Not exponentially, not in a way that allowed the comfortable projection of a survivable endpoint, just steadily, incrementally, each 10 meters of descent adding a measurable fraction to the ambient reading and to the rate at which the suit's internal temperature was climbing against the thermal management system's ability to compensate. At 100 meters down, the ambient read at 800 degrees, and the suit integrity had dropped to 58%. At 150 meters, 1200 degrees, and 56%. The vein surface below was visibly brighter at this range, the 4-second pulse now a significant illumination event, rather than a faint brightening, the wave traveling outward from the pulse point fast enough to be tracked visually rather than by sensor. The structural strut carrying the convoy route became visible at 180 meters of descent, a horizontal member of the sphere's deep structural lattice, running perpendicular to the shaft's axis, its surface scored by the same thermal cycling that had marked every structural element at this depth, but intact, carrying load, the mag-lev rail visible as a darker line along the strut's upper face. Empty. The convoy had passed this point. The tracking solution updated. The convoy was ahead, still in motion, still on the projected route, now approximately 7 minutes ahead of the intercept position at current descent rate. 7 minutes. At the rate the suit integrity was declining, 7 minutes of sustained exposure at this depth would cost between 3 and 5 more percentage points. That would leave somewhere between 51 and 53% when they reached the intercept position. 3 points above the reassessment threshold, if the descent continued to behave predictably. Predictable conditions were not a feature of the current operational environment. Ever wonder what it's like to stand 3 miles above the exposed core of a dying sun? The question required no answer. The answer was visible in every direction. Chapter 11. Jury-rigged defenses. The alarm was silent, and they were already inside it before the sensors registered what they had done. Not the Sphere's management broadcast, that was still running on the Syndicate's emergency channels, the coordinated signal from the automated architecture that the Chapter 9 tremor had activated, cycling through its response pattern in the background of every scan the team was running. This was different, a localized event, a pressure-sensitive trigger embedded in the thermal vent piping at the junction between the vane access shaft and the horizontal transit passage. A displacement sensor keyed to the specific gravity signature of a suited operator, calibrated with the kind of precise threshold setting that required someone to have tested it against exactly the equipment they expected to encounter. Not a general intrusion sensor, a targeted one, built to register powered armor in a specific mass range, running at the specific field output of a standard enforcement suit configuration. Someone in the Syndicate's security apparatus had anticipated that enforcement operators in powered armor would be the threat to plan for, had built the perimeter sensor to their specification rather than to a general specification, had installed it below the Sphere's ambient interference noise floor on a frequency outside the standard intercept protocols, transmitting to a receiver whose location the team's mapping data had not identified. The trigger had logged the event when the third operator stepped onto the transit passage floor. The log had transmitted. The formation had continued moving for 11 seconds after that, covering approximately 22 meters of passage. Before the first movement, data suggested something ahead had changed its behavior in response to information it had not had 11 seconds earlier. The team did not know the alarm had tripped until the drones arrived. The transit passage ran parallel to the plasma vane axis at approximately 80 meters above the vane surface, close enough that the ambient temperature was sustaining at 900 degrees and the suit integrity was continuing its decline, now at 54% across the formation with individual variants accumulated since the hot zone. The passage was wide, roughly 20 meters across, with industrial piping running its full length in the dense, efficient arrangement of a system installed for throughput rather than navigation. The Syndicate's vane extraction infrastructure, pumps, manifolds, pressure regulators, the physical plant of a full-scale isotope operation, filled the available volume in patterns that were logical from an engineering standpoint and produced, from a tactical standpoint, a space with very limited sight lines and a very large number of positions where something with a chassis the size of a defense drone could hold and not be resolved by standard sensor sweeps. The mapping software was tracking the convoy, 7 minutes ahead at the time of the shaft bottom. Now 6 minutes and closing. The passage ran toward the intercept position, and the intercept window was not going to wait, and the formation was moving at a pace calibrated to close the gap before the convoy reached the section of deep structure where reliable intercept geometry degraded. It was moving at that pace when the third operator stepped from the shaft bottom onto the transit passage floor, and the displacement trigger logged the event and transmitted the log to a receiver the team had not known was there. Movement. Bearing 270. Range approximately 400 meters. Closing. Multiple contacts. The return profile is inconsistent. The contacts are not moving the way any vehicle or personnel configuration moves. The heat signature is wrong, too diffuse, not presenting as point sources. A scan cycle passed. 2. The thermal signatures of the industrial piping and the 900-degree ambient and the 4 suits occupied the sensor display in their predictable distributions, and between them, at the edge of the reliable range, something was producing returns that did not resolve into useful tactical data. They're not showing a clear track. Every scan cycle the contacts are in a different position relative to the last. Not a continuous movement path. Displacement events without connecting trajectories. It's like they're appearing in different places rather than moving between them. The sensor isn't malfunctioning. The contacts are genuinely not producing the track profile that any physical object moving through space should produce. That description did not belong in the model. Objects moving through space produced continuous tracks. Even the frictionless defense drones in the dock complex, whose locomotion the suit optics had characterized as the appearance of motion rather than motion itself, had produced continuous tracking solutions when observed at range. The sensor tracked them because they moved from one location to another through the intervening space, and movement through intervening space left a continuous thermal record. Whatever was in the passage ahead was not leaving a continuous thermal record. They're anticipating our EMP evasion pattern. The register had shifted. The analytical edge that appeared when the technical picture was producing results that the model had no category for, when the instruments were reading something and the something was not consistent with the available explanations. I ran standard EMP countermeasure protocol on approach. Random directional variance, unpredictable positioning. They're not tracking the pattern. They're predicting the next position. They know where we're going to be before we move. Automated targeting systems predicted movement by modeling trajectories and extrapolating. They were good at it. They were not good at it in the specific way that was required to anticipate random variance, because random variance was definitionally not modeled by trajectory extrapolation. The only system that could anticipate random variance was a system that was not modeling trajectories, but was instead reading intent, reading the decision before the movement, the way one consciousness reads another. Stop moving, all units, hold current position. The contacts stopped appearing. For 7 seconds, nothing moved in the sensor display that had not been moving before the order. The scan cycles returned empty contact fields between the team's thermal signatures and the far end of the passage. The industrial piping presenting its fragmented thermal returns in the same patterns it had been presenting since the descent. No new contacts resolving in the gaps. 7 seconds. 10. The formation held. Then one contact appeared. Stationary. 190 meters ahead at the edge of reliable sensor range for the passage geometry. Positioned directly above the transit path, centered on the route to the intercept point. Not moving, not advancing, waiting. It had appeared at the moment the formation stopped moving. In the 7 seconds between the stop order and the contact's appearance, the pilot inside the chassis had made a decision. The targets had stopped producing the random variance pattern, which meant either the pattern had been dropped, or the targets had recognized that the pattern was being anticipated and had stopped it to reassess. Either interpretation suggested the targets were more capable than a standard infiltration team. A standard team would have continued the evasion pattern because the standard assumption was that automated targeting systems were what they were evading. A team that had stopped the pattern understood they were not evading an automated system. The pilot had decided to stop moving and see what the 4 suits would do with that information. Scan it. Full passive suite. The passive scan ran across 8 frequencies simultaneously, building a composite profile of the stationary contact over 4 consecutive cycles. The contact's thermal signature was not consistent with the defense drone chassis profile established in the dock complex. The dock complex drones had presented as cold at the core, the builder's composite material, which conducted thermal energy differently than any modern alloy, absorbing and distributing heat in a way that made the chassis appear cooler than its operating temperature would suggest. This contact presented as warm at the core. Distinctly, specifically warm. Not the diffuse warmth of a powered mechanical system generating operational heat. The concentrated, metabolically distributed warmth of living tissue, warmth that mapped onto the composite thermal profile of a biological system, the specific heat distribution of an organism maintaining its own temperature against the environment rather than generating heat as a byproduct of mechanical operation. The builder's chassis conducted heat from the environment into whatever was at its center. The center was alive. The drones aren't running on AI. They're piloted by organic cybernetic brains wired directly into the chassis. That's not a targeting algorithm. That is a living pilot reading our movements. The smooth, frictionless flight of the builder's original chassis. The brutal, improvised weapons the Syndicate had bolted to it. Plasma cutters and kinetic slug arrays visible in the dock complex. Crude hardware mounted on a machine that moved like light. And inside the golden composite, inside the iridescent, seamless material that a civilization capable of building a Dyson Sphere had manufactured to last 900,000 years without degrading. Something that had once been a person was looking through sensors wired to whatever remained of its visual cortex and making decisions about where the 4 suits ahead of it were going to move next. It had been right every time so far. The EMP evasion pattern, the random variance, the unpredictable positioning, the brain inside the chassis had read all of it correctly, had been anticipating rather than tracking, had been doing what brains do when they observe other agents moving through space, building a model of intent rather than a model of trajectory, reading the decision before the action, the way any sufficiently experienced pilot reads a tell in an adversary's movement. The evasion pattern was not random to a brain that had seen enough evasion patterns to recognize their underlying logic. Random variance had a statistical shape. A sufficiently experienced intelligence could learn the shape and predict the variance within it. How long had the pilots been wired in? How many teams had moved through this passage before the current one? The displacement trigger at the shaft bottom suggested the Syndicate had anticipated enforcement operators specifically, had built the perimeter sensor to their configuration. That level of specificity came from experience, not from theoretical planning. Someone had been here before the current team. Someone had encountered the pilots and provided enough observational data for the Syndicate to calibrate the trigger to enforcement suit parameters. That someone was not in a position to provide any further information. The contact ahead held its position, 190 meters. Not advancing, not retreating, a living intelligence in a machine body, in a dead star, above a plasma vein, watching the thermal signatures of 4 suits through sensor arrays that were wired directly into whatever remained of its perceptual system, and thinking. The 2 contacts that had been producing the inconsistent tracks had not appeared again. They were somewhere in the passage. Somewhere in the 80 meters of industrial piping between the team's current position and the stationary contact ahead. In the spaces the mapping software had not resolved and the sensor returns had not pinned down. Not gone. Waiting in positions the scan cycles had not located. They could not be hacked. A behavioral redirect through Tier-4 splicing required a computational architecture, a closed-loop logic system accessible at the node level and overridable with brute force electromagnetic input. Organic tissue wired into a chassis was not a logic system. It was a nervous system. It made decisions the way nervous systems made decisions, through pattern recognition and experience and the specific, unpredictable processing of a brain that had been alive long enough to develop instincts and had now been given a chassis that moved at frictionless speed through the sphere's interior and weapons capable of applying lethal force to anything that entered its operational zone. There was no node to splice. There was no logic gate to override at the hardware level. There was only the brain inside the golden chassis, doing what brains did. They could not be negotiated with in any sense the team had tools for. The Tier-4 override that had reclassified the Syndicate's fleet as non-threatening to the Sphere's defense grid had worked on the Sphere's original automated architecture, the closed-loop logic of systems that had been running since the builders departed, modifiable through patient electromagnetic brute force at the node level. The organic pilots were not that architecture. They were the Syndicate's addition to the chassis, installed after the override, existing outside the category the reclassification had defined. The override told the Sphere systems to ignore the Syndicate's fleet. The organic pilots were not part of the Sphere systems, and the Sphere systems were not giving them instructions. They were receiving instructions from whoever had wired them in, and those instructions predated the exchange on the landing pad and the tremor and the alarm and the team's current position in the transit passage. They can't be hacked, only killed. The silence after that statement had a specific quality, the silence of a team that had understood the implications of a tactical assessment and was updating its operational parameters accordingly. The contacts ahead were living pilots in machines that moved at speeds no organic body could match, carrying weapons calibrated for the kind of force that 54% suit integrity could not absorb, anticipating movement decisions before the decisions were executed. The standard engagement toolkit had been reduced to its most basic element, directed kinetic force applied before the pilots applied theirs. The contact ahead remained stationary, 190 meters, waiting. The two unlocated contacts were somewhere in the 80 meters of industrial piping between the team's current position and the stationary contact. The piping provided concealment in the same way that dense cable trunks had provided concealment in the labyrinth, not because the material blocked thermal signatures completely, but because it fragmented them, broke them into partial returns, that the sensor algorithms could not assemble into reliable position data. The pilots knew this. The piping arrangement at this depth was not random. The Syndicate had been operating in this passage for 14 months. The installation positions of the extraction infrastructure were not chosen without awareness of which positions provided concealment for a chassis operating in defense mode. The industrial piping was not just extraction equipment. It was also the battlefield geometry the pilots had been trained to exploit. The convoy was at 5 minutes and 20 seconds ahead of the intercept position. The suits were at 54% structural integrity. The passage ran one direction. There was no branch between the current position and the intercept point. The mapping data was definitive on this. Every other route added 40 minutes or more and transited sections of Sphere architecture. The management response was actively destabilizing. There was only through. The contact at 190 meters was still waiting, still watching, still building its model of intent from the 4 thermal signatures that had stopped moving in the passage ahead of it and had been holding position for the duration of this assessment. Brains and machines were patient the way machines were patient, indefinitely, without fatigue, without the restlessness that organic bodies produced when forced to stillness. The pilots would wait as long as they needed to wait. The convoy would not. Chapter 12. The shipment moves. The pilots moved first and the team moved through them. Not around, not past. The two concealed contacts in the industrial piping had held their positions for the duration of the standoff. 4 minutes and 11 seconds of the convoy window burning down. 4 minutes and 11 seconds of the stationary contact at 190 meters holding its overwatch position while the team stood in the passage below it and ran out of time to find a better option. Then the two concealed contacts moved simultaneously from their piping positions in a coordinated action that the suit sensors registered as a flanking maneuver, closing from both sides of the passage in a convergence geometry that was designed to make backward movement as costly as forward movement. The pilots had made a decision. The team had made one first. The engagement lasted 22 seconds and covered 60 meters of transit passage in the direction of the convoy. The piping provided cover in both directions. The pilots used it the way they had been using it, moving in the gaps between the industrial manifolds at speeds the human eye could not track, the frictionless chassis covering the available space in intervals too short for standard targeting acquisition. The team used the piping differently, as ballistic protection, as anchor points, as the physical structure that defined the engagement geometry, and constrained the pilot's approach vectors to the angles the piping density permitted. The pilot at 190 meters had descended from its overwatch position when the flanking contacts moved. All three in the passage simultaneously, all three moving at the chassis' rated speed, which was fast enough that the suit targeting systems registered the movement as discontinuous rather than continuous, appearing at one position, then at another, the intervening space not captured by the sensor's scan rate. The suit targeting systems were recalibrated during the engagement. 22 seconds of empirical data on how a brain in a frictionless chassis made movement decisions was sufficient to identify the pattern the prior enforcement team had not had time to identify. The organic component introduced a hesitation interval at decision points, a microsecond of processing latency between the moment the pilot selected a new position and the moment the chassis executed the selection. The chassis was instantaneous. The brain was not. The gap between decision and execution was small but consistent. The same interval for each pilot because the organic tissue introduced the same latency regardless of which brain it was, and the targeting algorithms, once the pattern was identified, could be tuned to fire into the projected position during the latency window, rather than at the position the chassis was currently occupying. The pilots had been wired into machines that gave them perfect execution. The wire-in had not removed the fraction of a second between the thought and the act. That fraction was the margin. 3 contacts eliminated in 22 seconds because 3 brains had the same latency, and the targeting system had learned it on the first contact and applied it to the second and third before they could adapt. 3 contacts, 22 seconds. 60 meters of convoy window recovered. The passage continued toward the intercept point. The convoy window was now at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. At 2 minutes and 50 seconds, the passage opened. Not gradually. The industrial piping terminated at a structural bulkhead, and the bulkhead had a personnel access point, and the access point opened onto the sphere's interior at the depth of the plasma vein network. Not the enclosed passage environment of the transit corridor, but open space, the full interior volume at this tier, bounded distantly by structural elements. The mapping software could not fully resolve at this depth. The descent shaft from Chapter 2 had been cold and dark and bounded by shaft walls close enough to define a navigable space. This was the opposite. This was the sphere's interior at depth, unenclosed. The vein surface visible below and the structural lattice extending in every direction above it, and the open volume between them large enough that the brain's spatial processing system produced the specific cognitive response of standing at the edge of something vast. Not panic, not vertigo, but the quiet recalibration of a perceptual system that has been given more information than its default assumptions were calibrated for, and is updating those assumptions in real time. The plasma vein surface was immediately present below. 150 meters. The orange-gold luminescence of the 4-second pulse visible without magnification. At this depth and this proximity, the pulse was no longer a brightening. It was a light event, a wave traveling across the visible vein surface at a speed the eye could track. The stellar material at the end of its million-year cooling, producing the same rhythm it had produced before any of them had entered this structure, the same rhythm it would produce when they had gone. The convoy resolved above the vein surface on a structural strut running perpendicular to the access point, a segmented cargo assembly on a mag-lev rail, the segments showing stress deformation at the coupling points and plasma burns along the lower surfaces, not failing, moving, accelerating as the straight section of the route opened the speed envelope further toward the curve-rated maximum at the section's end. The window was 90 seconds, and it was closing. Lock your tethers. This isn't a transit line. It's a controlled freefall. The grapnels were the kinetic type. Heavy-duty boarding hooks, spring-loaded, with a high-tensile deployment line rated for the load of a suited operator at acceleration. Designed for capturing rogue freighters, for boarding actions against vessels that were moving but not at rail transit speeds. The design specifications had been written by engineers in facilities where the operational environment was standard temperature void, and the thing being boarded had a hull that provided consistent anchor geometry. The third segment's coupling mechanism was not consistent anchor geometry. It was stress-deformed hardware that had been cycled through repeated high-speed transit above a plasma vein surface for 14 months. The deformation was not a liability. Deformation created irregularity. Irregularity created purchase points that a smooth surface would not have provided. The window was narrowing as the train accelerated. Every second of countdown was a second of higher approach speed at line taut, a second of greater load on the deployment lines, a second closer to the point at which the rated tension load was exceeded and the window closed. 300 meters to the rail. Grapnel deployment on my mark, simultaneous across all 4 units. Target the coupling mechanism on the third segment. It has the most structural deformation, which means it has the most surface irregularity for the hook to find purchase on. We do not fire and wait. We fire, we retract at maximum rate, and we do not let go regardless of what the transit feels like. The physics of the deployment: 4 suited operators leaving a fixed position simultaneously, 4 grapnel lines connecting them to a moving train at 300 meters, the differential velocity between the fixed departure point and the moving target producing a lateral acceleration at line taut that the suit's inertial dampeners were going to register as a significant event. The dampeners were operating at the efficiency of suits running at 54% structural rating. The event was going to be recorded in that integrity level the way everything in the last several hours had been recorded in it, as a deduction from a total that was still above the failure threshold but was approaching it from above at a measurable rate. Everything in the current operational environment was being recorded in the integrity level. On my mark. 3, 2. The access point's edge was the last fixed surface. Below it, 150 meters to the vein surface. The vein pulse was visible without magnification at this depth, the full surge of luminosity, a wave of light traveling across the visible plasma surface at a speed that made the stellar material look almost alive, the pulse arriving and fading and arriving again on the 4-second interval that the team had been tracking since the entry corridor. The structural struts ran above the vein surface in their lattice pattern, and along one of those struts, at approximately 70 meters above the vein surface and 300 meters from the access point, the mag-lev rail carried the convoy. Mark. The grapnels fired across 300 meters of void. The lines paid out in the specific mechanical sequence of a spring-loaded deployment. The hook first, then the line unreeling at the hook's velocity, the reel approaching maximum extension as the hook closed the final distance. 300 meters in approximately 1.8 seconds. 2 of the 4 hooks found purchase on the first attempt. 2 did not, and had 1 additional attempt window before the line tension would require release or the reel mechanism would jam under the load of a moving anchor point. The additional window lasted half a second. Both hooks found purchase, line taut. The acceleration hit as a lateral force at approximately 3.4 Gs, not the wrenching disorientation of the gravity eddy in the descent shaft, which had been omnidirectional and unpredictable, but a sustained directional pull from the point of connection on the third segment's coupling mechanism toward the train's direction of travel. Directional loads were manageable. The body could brace against a directional load, the musculature could align with the vector, the harness could distribute the force across the attachment points in the way it had been designed to distribute it. The suit's inertial dampeners absorbed approximately 60% of the load. The remaining 40% transmitted through the suit's structural layer into the operator, into the harness attachment points, into the cervical spine that the neck's musculature was holding rigid against the lateral pull, into the inner ear that was receiving a vestibular signal it had no baseline for. 3.4 Gs, sustained lateral, in the direction of a train moving above a plasma vein. The body processed this, filed it, continued functioning within the parameters that mattered. Hands on the retract control, visual tracking on the train's coupling mechanism. the hoodie updating the integrity indicator in its 30-second cycle and showing no new failure conditions beyond the ones already present. The retract motors engaged, the lines shortened. The distance between the 4 operators and the train's third segment coupling decreased at the maximum rate the retract motor could manage against the train's acceleration, which was not as fast as the train was pulling, and which meant the angle of the line was changing as the operators were pulled forward while simultaneously being reeled toward the train. The resultant vector not a straight line between departure point and target, but a curve that the suit's spatial processing system was rendering in real time, and that the vestibular system was rendering as a sensation for which there was no terrestrial reference. Not falling, not flying. Being pulled by a cable through 3-dimensional space above a stellar plasma surface toward a moving train that was accelerating as they approached it. The vein surface below moved in the peripheral vision. Not the vein moving, the operators moving, covering the open space above the plasma vein on a tether line at a velocity that closed the 300-meter gap in approximately 40 seconds from line taut to contact. The vein pulse arrived once during the transit and lit the underside of the approaching train segment in orange gold. The coupling mechanism visible in that light as a dense knot of deformed hardware that the grapnel hooks had found and were not releasing. The train's third segment surface arrived. Maglocks deployed to coupling hardware. Contact confirmed on all 4 units. The train was still accelerating. The magnetic screaming of the rail contact surfaces was not a metaphor. The mag-lev repulsion system produced a high-frequency oscillation where the train's magnetic field interacted with the rail's field at speed, a harmonic that transmitted through the coupling mechanism and into the mag-lock contact points and into the suit's structural layer and into the body as a vibration in the frequency range where the inner ear lost the ability to distinguish between sound and physical sensation, not painful. Consuming. The kind of sensory input that occupied every processing channel whether or not it was classified as a threat, the way a very loud sound occupies the auditory system regardless of the sound's intent. The rail screamed at a pitch that varied with the train's speed and increased as the train's speed increased and showed no indication of approaching a maximum. The lateral shear built with the acceleration. Not a G-event like the gravity eddy, not an external force applied from outside the system, but the force produced by a mass moving in a direction and carrying 4 attached operators in that direction whether or not those operators had braced for the specific vector. The suit's inertial dampeners were absorbing a sustained load that had been continuous since line taut and showed no sign of diminishing. The structural integrity indicator had been updating every 30 seconds since mag-lock contact. The reading after the first interval had been 48% on the lowest suit. After the second interval, 47%. The update cycle was every 30 seconds, and the train was still accelerating and the next curve was still ahead. 47%. The reassessment threshold was 50%, and the team was 3 points below it and moving downward on a train above a plasma vein with nowhere to stop and the convoy's destination somewhere ahead, and no operational alternative to staying on until it got there, or until the suits failed, whichever arrived first. The threshold had been set as the point at which the operational parameters were reassessed, because it was the point at which the probability of suit failure during a sustained contact event became non-trivial. The team was below the threshold. The threshold was a guideline. The convoy was not a guideline. The 40-plus containment vessels in the cargo segments ahead of the third segment were not a guideline. The inhabited sectors with their 300 billion people and their century-old assumption that the prohibited material had been prohibited into non-existence were not a guideline. The grapnel hooks held. The coupling mechanism deformed further under the load of 4 attached operators, but did not fail. The magnetic screaming continued at its increasing pitch, varying with the train's speed, showing no indication of approaching a maximum because the train was still accelerating and the straight section ahead was long. The vein surface below pulsed at its 4-second interval, still running, still warm. The same rhythm it had kept since before the team entered the sphere and that it would keep after the current problem resolved itself one way or another. The rail screamed. The vane pulsed. The train accelerated into the dark of the sphere's deep structural tier, carrying its cargo toward the inhabited sectors and 4 operators who had decided that the threshold was a guideline. Chapter 13. The Boarding Action. The first maintenance tunnel hit the train like a wall, and they had 3 seconds of warning. The mapping data had flagged the tunnel entry point as a structural transition, a section of the strut route where the open-air transit above the plasma vein passed through the sphere's deep interior bulkhead, the track running from exposed lattice into an enclosed passage bored through the sphere's original architecture. What the mapping data had not resolved, because the sensor returns at this depth were degraded by the thermal interference of the plasma vein network, was that the tunnel was collapsing, had been collapsing before the team entered the sphere. The tremor from Chapter 9 had propagated through the deep structural tier and found the bulkhead section at a resonant frequency, and the bulkhead material had not cracked or fractured the way modern alloys would have. It had displaced, shifted laterally at the structural connection points, the mass of the bulkhead moving as a unit, and the displacement had reduced the tunnel clearance from its original geometry to something that the train had been designed to transit, but that the train plus 4 operators riding its exterior surface had not been designed for. The HUD flagged the obstacle at 3 seconds of range. 3 seconds at current speed was approximately 40 meters of remaining distance. 40 meters to press flat, distribute the body against the cargo segment's upper profile, reduce the cross-section below the threshold of the reduced clearance, become as close to two-dimensional as a suited operator in powered armor was capable of becoming. Flat, now. The first tunnel took 4 seconds to transit. 4 seconds of the suit's structural layer absorbing contact with the displaced composite at the tunnel's narrowed margins. Not impact, not collision, but sustained friction, the composite sliding against composite at relative velocity, the tunnel's displaced mass dragging against the suit in a direction counter to the train's travel. The friction transmitted through the suit material and into the body as a sustained physical pressure, not pain exactly, the suit's layer absorbing most of the load, but presence, the awareness of being in contact with 900,000-year-old architecture that was moving against the body at the speed of a mag-lev transit. The suit was rated for this. The suit at 47% structural integrity was rated for this, at a reduced margin compared to a suit at full integrity. The integrity indicator dropped 1 point during the transit. Then the tunnel was behind them, and the open lattice was above again, and the vein was below, still pulsing, and the train was still moving. Second tunnel ahead, 40-second interval. Not enough time to stand. The formation stayed low, pressed to the cargo segment's upper surface, the mag-lock points maintaining contact through the suit's knee and palm interfaces as the train's vibration transmitted into every contact point. The magnetic screaming had shifted frequency as the train moved from the straight section into a slight curve, the pitch dropping as the speed dropped to the curve-rated maximum, then building again as the track straightened. The train's speed was not constant. It was a function of the track geometry, and the track geometry was not visible more than a few seconds ahead at current transit speed in the thermal interference environment of the deep structural tier. Each obstacle arrived on the schedule of the track, and the train's speed and the sensor return quality at this depth, which was to say, on the schedule of whatever the environment produced, when it produced it. The second tunnel was narrower than the first. Not significantly. Enough. The same displaced bulkhead geometry, but with less remaining clearance. The composite at the tunnel's margins extending into the transit volume far enough that the suit's profile required active accommodation. Not just pressing flat, but rotating, the upper body twisting to present the suit's narrowest cross-section to the reduced clearance as the tunnel passed over. 3 seconds of sustained friction across the suit's shoulder assembly. The integrity indicator dropped 2 points on the shoulder assembly units and held on the others. Coming out of the tunnel, the suit's left shoulder reported a degraded seal rating on the secondary thermal layer. Not a failure, a warning. The thermal layer on the left shoulder absorbing ambient heat at a marginally higher rate than before the tunnel transit. The margin between warning and failure was a function of continued exposure time at current ambient temperatures and the suit's ability to compensate. The suit was compensating. For now, 47% structural integrity overall. Left shoulder thermal layer at degraded status on top of that. The list of compromised subsystems was longer than it had been at any point since entry and was not trending toward recovery. The train was carrying them somewhere. The track curved again and the mapping data, degraded and partial at this depth, showed a straightening ahead and then a stop, a terminus point where the deep structural tiers mag-lev network ended at a loading station built into the sphere's deep bulkhead structure. The terminus was the destination. The terminus was also where the enforcers would be waiting, because a convoy this size moving this cargo to a terminus this deep did not arrive unguarded. The cargo was worth too much. The operation had been running too long for the security architecture around the terminus to be anything other than deliberate and layered. The scavenger boarders arrived before the terminus. They came from below, from the structural strut itself, from access ports in the strut's interior that opened onto the track surface and that the team's mapping data had not resolved. 4 operators emerging from the strut's maintenance access points at intervals along the train's length, the ports opening directly into the undercarriage space, and the operators pulling themselves to the train's exterior surface with the practiced efficiency of a boarding action they had run before on this specific route. They were not enforcers. They were scavengers, light armor, improvised weapons, the specific aesthetic of people who had been living inside this sphere long enough to have adapted their operational practice to its conditions. They had been waiting inside the strut's access ports in the ambient heat of the plasma vein environment, clinging to the port interiors, timing their emergence to the train's transit schedule. They had done this before. The timing was not approximate. It was practiced. Their objective was the cargo, not the team. The team was not part of their information picture, was not expected on the train's exterior surface, was a complication that registered in their body language as surprise before it registered as threat. The gap between the surprise registration and the threat registration was the hesitation interval, the same kind of processing latency that had defined the organic pilot engagement in the transit passage, but at human timescale rather than machine timescale, larger, more exploitable. The leading boarder's weapon came up in the specific hesitation arc of someone who had planned to board an unoccupied cargo surface and is processing the revision to that plan at the rate of approximately 1 frame per quarter second. The engagement on the train's exterior lasted 19 seconds and was constrained by the same parameter that constrained all engagement in proximity to the cargo. The containment vessels inside the segments were not targets, could not become incidental targets, could not be exposed to any force application that risked compromising the magnetic lock integrity of vessels already reading at declining field strengths. Precision kinetic weapons only. Directed force, no propagation, nothing that would travel beyond the target into the surrounding cargo architecture or the coupling mechanisms or the strut below. The constraint was the constraint. 4 boarders in 19 seconds, operating under the constraint. The cargo surface was clear. The terminus was 4 minutes of transit ahead. The mapping data resolving the last section of track with enough clarity to show the station infrastructure. A fixed platform attached to the deep bulkhead, magnetic capture systems for the train's arrival, loading equipment staged for the cargo transfer, and heat signatures that the degraded sensor return could not fully characterize, but that were too numerous and too specifically distributed to be automated systems. At least 8 heat signatures on the platform, possibly more in the sections of the station where the thermal interference from the vein network was highest, and the sensor returns were least reliable. Enforcers, waiting for the train, knowing it was on schedule, knowing the cargo was aboard. not knowing the train's exterior surface had been occupied for the last several minutes by 4 suited operators who had ridden through 2 collapsing maintenance tunnels and a scavenger boarding action, and were now positioned to enter the primary cargo car through the underside access panel, before the terminus arrival pulled the operation into the station's geography, which was the Syndicate's geography and was configured for the Syndicate's advantage. Entering the cargo car while the train was still in transit was the margin. The margin was 4 minutes. The cargo car, primary breach before terminus arrival. We enter the train, not the station. The primary cargo car was the second segment from the front, a sealed environment running the full internal width of the segment, climate-controlled to the magnetic containment vessel's operational temperature tolerance, pressurized to standard atmosphere. The entry points were the coupling mechanism access panels on the segment's exterior, maintenance access routes the Syndicate had preserved for exactly the kind of in-transit intervention that would be needed if a containment vessel's field strength dropped to the floor threshold during a run. The access panels were not security locked. They were secured against the train's vibration and the thermal environment, maintained as functional maintenance access because a locked maintenance panel on a cargo carrying active stellar isotopes was a liability the Syndicate's operational protocols had correctly identified. The PLC module had been designed for industrial access override. The module had been used on 4 locks since entry: the outer hull airlock, the wiring labyrinth data conduit, the atmospheric processor maintenance hatch, and the vane access shaft junction. Each application had built the module's calibration data for the Sphere's specific control architecture variants. The cargo car access panel was Syndicate hardware rather than builder architecture, which meant the module was working in a more familiar domain, which meant the handshake ran faster. 7 seconds. The panel opened into the pressurized interior, and the pressure differential produced a brief equalization rush. Climate-controlled air from the car's interior flowing into the undercarriage space, warm relative to the exterior ambient, but cold relative to the 900-degree sustained environment of the vane tier. The equalization lasted 2 seconds. Then the interior was accessible, and the team was entering it, and the terminus was 2 minutes ahead on the track, and there was no longer a plan that involved not going inside. The interior of the cargo car was orderly. This was the wrong word, but it was the one that registered first. Orderly, the containment vessels secured in their transport racks in the precise arrangement of a careful logistics operation, the rack structure absorbing the train's vibration through a dampening system that protected the vessels from the impact loads the transit generated. The vessels were glowing, not brightly. The same quality of internal luminescence visible through the housing material in the loading bay. The isotope's own radiance bleeding through containment, the golden fluid still carrying the light of the process that had produced it. The cargo car was dim, and the vessels were the light source, and the light they produced was the color of something that was still, at its molecular foundation, a star. The field strength readings on the nearest vessel cluster were visible through the HUD's telemetry pickup at close range. 58% on the nearest vessel. 56 on the one beside it. The containment floor was 40. The vessels had been in transit for the duration of the convoy's run, and the thermal management of the cargo car was doing its job. The climate control was holding the interior temperature within the vessel's rated operating range. The field degradation happening at the slower rate of a properly maintained transit environment, rather than the faster rate of the staging area exposure. Slower degradation was not no degradation. The vessels were still moving toward the floor. Slowly, on a schedule. And at the far end of the cargo car, between the team and the forward coupling door that led toward the engine segments, were the enforcers. Not scavengers. Not the improvised equipment and light armor of the boarders on the exterior surface. These were the Syndicate's elite. Heavy armor, standardized weapons, the matched kit procurement that had marked the rival factions' operators at the landing pad exchange, but carried here by people who answered to Rook directly. 6 operators. arranged in a 2x3 formation that used the containment vessel rack structure as cover on both flanks. The center lane between the racks the only approach vector. The center lane covered by the forward 2 operators in the formation with weapons trained on the rear access point. The formation had been set up in anticipation of exactly this kind of entry. Someone had planned for the underside panel. Someone had thought through the approach geometry and had arranged 6 operators to make the center lane the only option, and had ensured the center lane was covered. They had not been expecting the specific 4 operators who had entered. The formation was calibrated for a threat profile that did not include operators who had been in the sphere long enough to map the transit network, intercept the cargo schedule, ride the convoy exterior through collapsing tunnels, clear a scavenger boarding action with precision kinetic weapons, and execute a moving underside breach at the field strength of suits running at 47% structural integrity. The formation was calibrated for a general intrusion threat. What had entered the cargo car through the underside panel was something more specific than that. The enforcers held their formation. The team held the rear access point. The timer on the suit's HUD read 1 minute and 53 seconds to projected terminus arrival. 1 minute and 53 seconds before the platform's 8+ additional enforcers became part of the geometry, before the magnetic capture systems arrested the train's transit and converted the moving environment into a fixed one, before the margin that in-transit entry had provided was eliminated by the fact of arrival. 1 minute and 53 seconds. 30 meters of glowing isotope vessels between 2 groups of operators who both understood that the vessels were not targets. The constraint was shared. The constraint was the only thing both sides of the standoff had in common, and it was the constraint that made the next minute and 53 seconds a problem with a shape rather than a problem without one. The forward enforcer's weapon did not waver. The field readings on the nearest vessel cluster continued their slow decline. The train continued its transit toward the terminus that neither side could afford to arrive at in the current configuration. The timer read 1 minute and 41 seconds. The cargo car was approximately 30 meters long. The containment vessels were in their racks on both sides of the center lane, glowing at their declining field strengths. The center lane was the only approach vector. The only approach vector was covered by operators with weapons that were precision manufactured and in the hands of people who had been selected for this post specifically. No room for error, no margin for indiscriminate force. And somewhere ahead, 2 minutes away, the terminus platform with 8 or more additional enforcers waiting for a train that was about to arrive, carrying more problems than anyone on that platform was currently expecting. 30 meters of glowing isotope vessels between 2 groups of operators, neither of whom could afford to shoot imprecisely. The train continued its transit. The cargo car's dampening system absorbed the vibration. The vessels glowed. The enforcers held their formation. The team held the rear access point. The timer on the suit's HUD read 1 minute and 53 seconds to projected terminus arrival. Chapter 14. The Derailment. The gravity quake arrived through the floor before it arrived through anything else. Not the 4-second pulse of the plasma vein heartbeat. Not the magnetic screaming of the rail contact. Something beneath both of those, lower in frequency than either. A vibration that existed at the threshold where the inner ear stops processing input as sound and starts processing it as physical threat. The specific warning signal that the body generates when the ground beneath it is about to do something the ground should not do. The enforcer formation felt it. The team felt it. For approximately 1 second, everyone in the cargo car was receiving the same signal from their vestibular systems, and for that 1 second, the 30 meters of glowing isotope vessels between the 2 groups was not the primary variable in the room. Then the quake reached the rail. The mag-lev repulsion system operated on a field geometry that required precise alignment between the train's repulsor arrays and the rail's magnetic surface. Precise alignment was a function of the rail's structural integrity. The rail's structural integrity was a function of the strut carrying it. And the strut was a component of the sphere's deep structural architecture, and the sphere's deep structural architecture had just been struck by a gravity quake of sufficient amplitude to propagate a detectable pre-tremor through the floor of an enclosed cargo car 300 meters above the plasma vein surface. The repulsors misaligned at the fourth strut junction from the terminus. The misalignment was not gradual. The field geometry that had been maintaining the train's levitation above the rail collapsed at a single point along the array, and the collapse propagated forward and backward through the train's repulsor sequence in the time it took the train's control systems to register the fault and attempt a corrective response. The corrective response was not fast enough. The corrective response was never going to be fast enough because the fault had propagated through the entire array before the control systems had finished reading the first sensor flag. The instant the repulsors misaligned, the section of rail beneath the fault point began to melt. The magnetic interaction between the misaligned repulsor array and the rail surface generated friction at a contact point that the repulsion system had been designed to prevent from ever existing. The friction generated heat. The heat generated in the first half-second of contact was sufficient to begin structural failure in the rail material. The heat generated in the second half-second completed it. The train left the rail. In the cargo car, the experience of derailment was not the experience of a vehicle losing its track in any conventional sense. A wheeled vehicle losing its track fell in a direction toward a surface with the deceleration profile of gravity and impact. The mag-lev train was not in contact with any surface before the misalignment. The train was suspended by field geometry. When the field geometry failed, the train did not fall toward the rail surface. The train and everything it contained became unmoored from the local gravitational frame simultaneously, the sudden absence of the repulsion field removing the force that had been holding the train's position relative to the strut, and the result was not descent, but release. Every object in the cargo car became independently subject to the competing gravitational influences of the sphere's interior field at this depth, weak, variable, inconsistent in the zones of kinetic field decay that the plasma vein network produced, and the net effect was zero gravity. Not weightlessness in the clean sense of orbital mechanics, the chaotic zero gravity of a space that had 4 different local gravity sources at various distances and alignments, and none of them strong enough to produce a coherent field at this depth. Objects did not float evenly. They drifted in vectors determined by the local field gradients, and the local field gradients changed as the train itself moved, still moving, inertia carrying the derailed segments forward along the vector the rail had been directing them before the repulsors failed. The train's momentum not cancelled by the rail failure, but simply no longer constrained by it. The enforcer formation dissolved. A 2x3 coverage configuration assumed stable footing and predictable angles. Stable footing was gone. The forward 2 operators who had been covering the center lane with overlapping fields of fire were now at different heights than they had been, their positions determined by the specific microgradients of the local field and the specific vectors their bodies had been moving along when the repulsors failed, and neither of them was in the position they had been a second ago. The rack structure that had been providing cover on the flanks was still structurally intact, but was no longer rooted. The dampening mounts had maintained the rack's internal relationships, but the racks themselves were moving in the same zero-G environment as everything else, drifting toward the forward bulkhead at a rate determined by the deceleration gradient of the cargo car's inertia, losing momentum against the sphere's atmospheric trace. The containment vessels were no longer in their racks. The dampening mounts had held through the initial derailment event. The mounts were rated for the impact loads of a transit emergency, and the derailment had not produced a collision impact, only the sudden removal of the repulsion field. But the removal of the repulsion field had also removed the gravitational reference that the dampening system's spring constants had been calibrated against, and in zero gravity the spring constants that had been holding the vessels securely in their racks were now the forces pushing the vessels out of their racks. One by one, Then in groups, the containment vessels separated from their transport mounts and became independent objects in the cargo car's zero-gravity environment, drifting on the vectors their departure angles and the spring constants had imparted, spreading through the available volume of the cargo car in the specific distribution pattern of objects released from their constraints simultaneously. 40-plus containment vessels, each one carrying weapons-grade stellar isotopes at declining containment field strengths, each one now an independent ballistic object in a space that also contained 12 armed operators who needed to move and were going to collide with things as they moved. The vessel impacts had to be managed, not prevented. Preventing them was not operationally possible in the current environment. Managed. The vessel's magnetic lock housings were rated for impact loads up to a defined threshold. Below the threshold, the housing absorbed the energy without transferring it to the containment field. Above the threshold, the field strength dropped at a rate proportional to the impact energy. The threshold was not a large number relative to the kinds of velocities that a zero-gravity environment with active operators moving through it could generate. The suit's HUD was tracking vessel positions in real time through the passive telemetry system. 37 of the 40-plus vessels tagged and tracked, the remaining ones in the blind spots behind the drifting rack structure. 37 glowing points in the display, each one annotated with its current field strength, each one moving on a vector that the tracking software was projecting forward in 3-second increments. The tracking required the passive telemetry to operate at closer range than it had in the loading bay observation, which meant the field strength readings were more accurate, and the accuracy was not reassuring. The vessels that had been reading at 58 and 56% in the rack mounts were now reading at 55 and 53. The departure from the dampening mounts had cost field strength in the same way the staging area's extended weight had cost it. Time and thermal exposure, now combined with the mechanical stress of release from the spring-loaded mounts. Still above the floor, moving toward it. The projection showed 3 vessels on collision courses with each other within the next 8 seconds. At their relative velocities, the impact energy would be below the housing threshold. Marginal below. Still below. The projection showed 1 vessel on a collision course with the forward bulkhead within 14 seconds. At its velocity, the impact energy would be above the threshold by approximately 12%. 12% above threshold meant a field strength drop. On a vessel already at 53%, a field strength drop of any meaningful magnitude meant moving through the warning zone toward the floor at a rate that was no longer slow. Intercept the yellow-tagged vessel. Forward bulkhead bearing. Move. Movement in zero gravity without a stable surface required either a tethered anchor point or the acceptance that every action would produce an equal and opposite reaction in the mover's position. The tether coils were on the suit's left thigh mount. The anchor points available were the rack structure, the dampening mount housings bolted to the cargo car's floor, and the cargo car's own structural frame. The team moved to intercept trajectories using the available anchors, pushing off from each anchor with the controlled force that the suit's joint actuators allowed to be measured precisely, covering the distance to the yellow-tagged vessel in the specific floating locomotion of an environment where falling in the wrong direction was an operational consequence rather than an inconvenience. The enforcer formation was reforming in zero gravity. The enforcers were trained operators, and trained operators adapted to zero gravity the same way the team was adapting, with the cognitive shift from surface movement assumptions to three-dimensional threat assessment, with the recognition that cover was no longer about what was between them and the team, but about what angle they occupied relative to the team in a space that had no floors and no ceilings and no privileged directions. 2 of the 6 enforcers had recovered faster than the others and were moving toward anchor positions that would give them firing solutions on the team's intercept trajectories. The team's intercept trajectories were dictated by the vessel positions. The vessel positions were not negotiable. The enforcers knew this. They were moving to positions that covered the vectors the vessel positions forced the team to use, because in zero gravity, the best defensive position was not the one with the most cover. It was the one that forced the opponent to move predictably to accomplish their objective. The yellow-tagged vessel was at 11 seconds from bulkhead impact. The nearest team operator was at 9 seconds from intercept position. 2-second margin. Everything else in the cargo car was secondary to that margin, including the two enforcers who had found their anchor positions and were raising weapons at angles that accounted for the zero-G displacement of their targets. The shot that came from the left flank would have been accurate if the cargo car had not lurched. The derailed train was still moving, inertia carrying the separated segments forward, and the sphere's structural architecture ahead of the train's previous rail position was not empty. The leading segments encountered a cross-brace strut at the depth the rail had been designed to route above, but that the uncontrolled inertia of the derailed segments was routing directly into. The leading segment's impact with the strut transmitted through the entire remaining train assembly as a deceleration event, sudden and complete, and in the zero-gravity environment of the cargo car, a sudden deceleration applied to the car's frame, while everything inside the car was in free drift, meant every object inside the car was simultaneously moving at the car's previous velocity relative to a car that had just lost that velocity. Everything in the cargo car hit the forward bulkhead. Everything. Operators, weapons, racks, drifting containment vessels, the entire contents of the zero-gravity environment redistributed to the forward surface in a collision event whose energy was distributed across every object present in proportion to that object's mass and velocity. The redistribution happened over approximately half a second of the cargo car's environment resolving from the complex three-dimensional field of drifting objects it had been into the simpler configuration of everything against one wall. The containment vessels hit the bulkhead. Not all at the same point. The vessels had different velocities and different trajectories and arrived at the bulkhead across a half-second interval and a surface area of approximately 60 square meters. The distribution was not even. The vessels that had been closest to the bulkhead hit first, at lower relative velocities. The vessels that had been near the rear of the car hit last, at higher relative velocities. The housing impact sensors logged the events in sequence. 14 of them logged impacts above the tolerance threshold. The 14 that exceeded the threshold were distributed across the high-velocity group, the vessels that had been furthest from the bulkhead when the deceleration event hit. The ones that had accumulated the most velocity in the cargo car's zero-G drift before the train's arrest converted that velocity into bulkhead impact energy. The lowest reading among the 14 was 44%, 4 points above the floor. The cargo car's forward bulkhead held. The sphere's cross-brace strut had arrested the leading segment's inertia, and the cargo car was now stationary, not on a rail, not suspended by field geometry, but resting against the strut's surface with the specific precariousness of a large mass, balanced against a structural element that had not been designed to receive it. Balanced without any active force maintaining the balance. If the sphere's architecture shifted again, the balance would fail. Both groups against the same wall. The 30 meters of cargo car length that had separated the team from the enforcer formation no longer existed as separation. The bulkhead impact had collapsed the geometry into a single surface, both groups arriving at the same destination through the same physics. Now within meters of each other rather than the 30-meter center lane distance the formation had been designed to maintain. The weapons that had been covering the center lane approach were now pointed at angles that had not existed a second ago. The formation's original configuration had accounted for a standoff across a horizontal cargo car floor. The current configuration was 12 operators on a vertical surface with no floor. The enforcer closest to the team was within 2 meters. Oriented so that the weapon's line of fire ran parallel to the bulkhead surface, toward the cargo car's lateral wall. Not toward the team. Toward a vessel against the lateral wall. A vessel the enforcer had not noticed because the enforcer was looking at the team. A vessel reading at 51% containment field strength on the HUD's passive telemetry. A vessel that, at 2 meters, A weapon discharge would impact at energy levels the housing would not describe as below threshold. The team was looking at the vessel. The enforcer was looking at the team. Then the sphere's architecture outside produced a secondary propagation, smaller than the initial quake, larger than the pre-tremor, enough to shift the cargo car's balance point against the strut. The vessel at 51% lost its contact with the lateral wall. It moved into the cargo car's center volume in free drift at the velocity of the shift, moving toward the enforcer. Both sides registered this simultaneously. The shared understanding that the object drifting toward the enforcer at a velocity the housing's impact tolerance was going to find interesting was not a problem that belonged to one side of the standoff. It belonged to whoever moved first. 4 points above the floor. Drifting. The quake had not finished. Chapter 15. The Desperate Stand. The drifting vessel resolved the standoff the way a fire resolves a disagreement about real estate. Both sides moved for it simultaneously, and in doing so, stopped being two sides. For approximately 4 seconds, the cargo car's forward bulkhead surface contained 12 operators in zero gravity, all moving toward the same object for the same reason: the tactical formations and the weapons at ready position, and the 30-meter separation that the cargo car's geometry had imposed on the standoff, all replaced by the immediate shared imperative of a magnetic containment vessel at 51% field strength, drifting toward a collision with an enforcer's armored chest at a velocity the housing was not going to survive intact. The nearest team operator reached it first, by 1.3 seconds. The intercept involved one hand on the vessel's magnetic lock housing, a controlled deceleration using the suit's left arm as a shock absorber, and the specific grip that the isotope handling briefing had described as the correct grip for emergency vessel recovery. Flat palm contact with the housing's neutral surface, no point loading on the lock array, no pressure on the field emitter housing. The vessel's momentum transferred into the suit's arm at a load the suit's structural layer distributed across the attachment points without flagging. The vessel stopped moving toward the enforcer. The enforcer stopped moving toward the vessel. In the stillness that followed, 3 seconds, 4, the cargo car stationary against the cross-brace strut, the vessels drifting at their reduced field strengths, both groups anchored to the bulkhead surface in zero gravity. The specific quality of a calculation being simultaneously revised on both sides of the standoff was palpable in the absence of any action from either. The team had the vessel. The team also had weapons at ready position. The enforcers had weapons at ready position and one fewer reason to use them in the next 3 seconds. The geometry had changed. The shared imperative had changed it. The engagement that followed was not a ceasefire. It was a tactical recalculation during which the available ammunition on both sides was a variable that the engagement's outcome was going to be determined by, and the engagement itself provided the data. 19 seconds of zero-gravity close-quarters combat in a cargo car full of isotope vessels that neither side could damage. Precision kinetic weapons only. Every shot that missed a target had to be accounted for, had to be tracked to its terminal point, had to confirm it had not struck a housing. The constraint was the most operationally demanding condition the team had operated under since entry, because it was not a constraint imposed by the environment or by the enemy. It was a constraint imposed by the objective. The objective had to survive the engagement. The engagement could not be conducted in a way that risked the objective. Every shot that missed a target had to be accounted for, had to be tracked to its terminal point, had to confirm it had not struck a housing. Precision kinetic weapons only. 19 seconds of zero-gravity close-quarters combat in a cargo car full of isotope vessels that neither side could damage. The 4 others were down but not eliminated. The precision kinetic constraint prevented the kind of force application that would have definitively resolved the count, and the zero-gravity environment meant that the downs were positional rather than final. 2 enforcers, both anchored to the bulkhead's upper section, both with weapons, both aware that the ammunition tracking on both sides of the standoff now made this the terminal geometry. No more margin for extended engagement. One of them opened comms, not to the team, to a frequency outside the team's primary intercept range, the Syndicate's direct channel, the encrypted link that connected the Terminus platform to the convoy. The channel the team's passive system had not been monitoring during the derailment sequence because the derailment had been demanding all available processing bandwidth. The channel was now audible in the passive scan's secondary register, too late for the content of the initial transmission but in time to receive the response. The response was Rook's voice, calm, possessive, not using the channel to issue instructions. The instructions were already in motion, the response indicated, using the channel to communicate a status. 2 words, then silence. She woke. The team's passive sensors registered the platform's magnetic capture systems activating 40 seconds later. Not for the train's arrival. The train had derailed. The capture systems were activating for something else. Something coming from the direction of the sphere's upper structural tiers, descending through the interior volume toward the cargo car's position against the cross-brace strut. Multiple thermal signatures, too many to count cleanly through the degraded sensor returns at this depth, but more than the 8 that had been on the platform, more than 12, more than 20. The wreckage of the cargo car was in a specific position in the sphere's deep structural tier, resting against the strut, stationary, the cargo car's outer surface exposed to the sphere's interior volume on 3 sides. There was no route out of the cargo car that did not pass through that interior volume. The interior volume was where the thermal signatures were coming from. The cargo car became a position to be defended rather than a vehicle to be ridden. The 2 remaining mobile enforcers did not press their engagement. They moved to the cargo car's rear, away from the payload, away from the team, taking positions that were no longer combat positions but were departure positions. Extraction was incoming. What was coming for the team was different. The team secured the payload during those 7 minutes. Not to the cargo car's rack mounts. The rack structure had been displaced from its deck mounts by the bulkhead impact and was no longer a reliable securing system. To the cargo car's structural frame directly, using the grapnel line's high tensile material as improvised lashing, running the line through the magnetic lock housing handles and anchoring to the frame attachment points the dampening mount system had been bolted to. It was the kind of solution that was not in any handling protocol and was specifically what the situation required, using available material in available configurations to keep 40-plus containment vessels from becoming free projectiles during whatever came next. The vessel's field strength readings continued their slow decline across the securing operation. The lowest vessel was at 43%. The floor was 40. 3 points. On a vessel that had been at 58% when the cargo car was loaded at the dock complex, and was now, after a transit and a derailment and a bulkhead impact and the thermal exposure of the deep structural tier, at 43%. The decline rate was calculable from the data. At the current rate, the lowest vessel would reach the floor threshold in approximately 2 hours and 17 minutes. 2 hours and 17 minutes was the operational window within which the cargo had to be secured and evacuated, or the mission's objectives became the mission's catastrophe. The first wave reached the cargo car's exterior in 7 minutes, not through the rear access panel, through the cargo car's outer skin, using plasma cutters to open a breach in the lateral wall faster than any access point would have permitted. 3 operators through the breach before the team could fully reposition from the forward bulkhead surface. The weapons exchange at the breach lasted 11 seconds. The team's ammunition situation after 11 seconds of engagement was the most serious constraint on the operational picture since the suit integrity readings in the hot zone. Not empty, not functional. The second breach came from the opposite lateral wall 40 seconds after the first was resolved, before the team had rotated to the new threat axis. 3 more operators, Same breach approach, faster execution, because the first breach had demonstrated the geometry and the second team had calibrated to it. The third breach, the team was no longer counting the intervals between them accurately. Time was operating at the compression rate that maximum operational stress produced, where the discrete events were clear and the intervals between them were not. The cargo car's lateral walls were open on both sides. The team was at the forward bulkhead, anchored to the surviving rack structure, with approximately 14 viable rounds between them across all 4 weapons, in a cargo car surrounded on 3 sides by open interior volume through which the Sphere was continuing to deliver a syndicate response to the alarm the management architecture had been broadcasting since Chapter 9. Rook. The syndicate's direct channel, unencrypted, because encryption took time and what the transmission needed was speed and reception. We have your payload. 40+ vessels secured in the forward car. You need us alive to transfer them safely. Come in on the lateral breaches, and you lose the cargo when the magnetic locks fail in the crossfire. The response was silence of the kind that indicated calculation rather than refusal. The shooting from the exterior stopped. You know where you are. Rook's voice, calm as it had been at the gravity shift claim, standing over the plasma vent junction, palm pressed to the floor. You're in the oldest part of the sphere, the section the builders used before they finished the outer tiers. The walls there remember more than the rest of her does. The silence after that was Rook ending the transmission. The shooting did not resume. The thermal signatures outside the cargo car's lateral breaches did not withdraw. They held their positions in the interior volume surrounding the car on the 3 accessible sides, waiting with the patience of an operation that had calculated the geometry and found it favorable. The patience was not a bluff. The geometry was genuinely favorable from the syndicate's position. They were outside a disabled cargo car containing the team's remaining ammunition, the isotope payload, and no extraction route that did not require passing through the syndicate's surrounding positions. Time was on the syndicate's side. The team's ammunition would not improve. The vessel field strengths would continue declining. The management architecture's response would continue coordinating. Waiting cost the syndicate nothing. Every minute of waiting cost the team something. The geometry of the current situation was cargo car against a strut, open breaches on both lateral walls, team at the forward bulkhead with 14 rounds and 40+ isotope vessels. Sphere's management architecture still broadcasting its coordinated response, and somewhere outside the cargo car's aft face. The face currently resting against the cross-brace strut. Whatever the builders had put in the oldest part of the sphere. Cipher accessed the mapping software. Not the partial real-time data the suit sensors had been generating since the derailment. The original structural survey loaded before entry. The archived data from decade-old sensor overflights representing the most complete external picture of the sphere's interior layout assembled before the team went in. The survey was not detailed at this depth. The deep structural tier was the part of the sphere least resolved by external survey. The thermal interference from the plasma vein network had degraded sensor returns from this depth more than from any other section, and the decade-old survey teams had not risked extended sensor exposure at the depth where the interference was worst. But the broadest structural features were present, the major elements. The large architectural decisions that the builders had made in the oldest section before they finished the outer tiers. When this tier had been the interior, and the builders had been actively constructing something this large. The mapping overlay rendered the cargo car's position against the strut. It rendered the strut in the deep structural lattice. It rendered the lattice relative to the sphere's major architectural features at this depth. Cipher followed the overlay through the sphere's structural hierarchy. From the cargo car outward, through the strut, through the lattice, to the large-scale features the survey had resolved behind the aft face of the cargo car's current position. Directly behind the cargo car's aft face, directly behind the face currently resting against the cross-brace strut, separated from the team's current position by the length of the cargo car and the thickness of the aft bulkhead, the survey data showed a feature labeled with the builder's architectural classification. A classification the mission briefing's technical appendix had cross-referenced to a functional description. Central thermal purge vent. Primary. Operational status. Activated. Activated, not dormant. The management architecture's coordinated response, the structured signal pattern the Chapter 9 analysis had identified as directing multiple automated systems toward a common objective, had included the vent system in its activation sequence. The Sphere's own systems had been spinning up the central thermal purge since the tremor. The system that the builders had installed to regulate a dying star's core temperature had been waiting for the management architecture's threshold to be reached, and the management architecture had reached it. The blast doors were charged, ready, waiting for the activation sequence to complete. The team was in front of them. The Syndicate was behind them, surrounding the cargo car on the three sides facing the interior volume, the three accessible sides, the sides any extraction route would have to pass through. The vent, when fully triggered, would push everything not behind the blast doors outward through the Sphere's fractured hull at the velocity of a solar flare, into the void beyond the Sphere's outer plates. But the blast doors could be opened from this side. The management architecture had activated the system but had not yet triggered the vent. The activation sequence had a manual override component, a physical containment seal that the builder's original design required be operated by hand, as confirmation that the purge was intentional rather than an automated fault. The seal was accessible from the maintenance conduit running through the cargo car's aft bulkhead, toward where the team was, always toward the maintenance tier. The Chapter 3 analysis of the builder's infrastructure had shown it as a consistent pattern. The geometry left one option: trigger the purge that the Sphere had been building toward since the tremor, directing the ejection event at the forces surrounding the cargo car rather than at the cargo or the team, and ride the explosive decompression out through the fractured hull into the void. The option required someone to hold the manual override until the last possible moment, inside the blast radius of the door housing, until the vent reached full pressure and the ejection event was irreversible. Cipher looked at the feature label on the mapping overlay for a long time. The Syndicate's thermal signatures held their positions in the interior volume, patient, certain of the geometry. They had calculated the geometry and found it favorable because from where they were standing it was favorable. They had not checked what was behind the cargo car. Fixer. The operational register, flat and precise, replacing everything else. I need you to look at something. Chapter 16. The Purge Vent. The plasma cutters reached the blast doors at the same moment the team reached the conduit. Not by coincidence, by the same logic operating from opposite sides of the same wall. The Syndicate had been waiting for the geometry to improve in their favor and had calculated, correctly, that the team's ammunition constraint would produce a negotiating posture before it produced a suicidal final stand. They had been waiting for a transmission, for an offer, for the specific communication that indicated the team had reached the edge of viable resistance and was ready to discuss terms. What they had received instead was silence from the forward bulkhead, and, 32 seconds after the Rook transmission, the sound of the cargo car's aft bulkhead being opened from the inside. The plasma cutters started on the blast doors 40 seconds after that. Not the cargo car's aft bulkhead, the blast doors themselves, the builder's composite housing for the central thermal purge vent that the mapping data had resolved directly behind the cargo car's aft face. The Syndicate had checked what was behind the cargo car. They had found the same thing the team had found. They were opening the blast doors from the exterior side, which was the side with the plasma cutters and the personnel and the time to work methodically, which was every advantage in the current geometry except one. The conduit ran from the blast door, housing through the Sphere's deep structural bulkhead, and into the maintenance access corridor that paralleled the purge vent's primary channel. The corridor was narrow, built for the builder's maintenance systems, which had not been human-sized and adapted by the sphere's architecture into something that could accommodate a human body in a light suit, but not a human body in powered enforcement armor, without significant compression at the shoulder joints. The corridor was 112 meters long. At its far end, the lathe-turned containment seal, the physical override that the builder's design had required, be manually operated to confirm the purge was intentional. The team moved through the corridor in single file, suit shoulder joints compressing against the passage walls at every meter. The suit's structural integrity at 43% on the lowest unit, absorbing each contact and logging each contact, and returning the same reading with each new contact. The plasma cutters on the blast door housing were audible through the corridor's composite walls as a high-pitched harmonic, the frequency of the builder's material being worked against its design tolerances, not the same tone as the mag-lev screaming from the train transit, but the same category of sound. The category that meant something was being done to the sphere that the sphere had not been built to experience. The sphere was full of that sound recently. The sphere's management architecture had decided this was a condition requiring response, and was in the process of responding, and the response was on the other side of a blast door that the Syndicate was cutting through from outside. The corridor was also full of the Purge vent's pre-charge output. Not heat exactly. The vent was activated but not triggered, the activation state maintaining the vent channel at a pressure and temperature above baseline but below the purge threshold. The pre-charge output reached the corridor as a warmth in the composite walls, transmitted through the suit's contact points as a sensation that was distinct from the 900-degree ambient of the plasma vein tier. This was not external heat pressing in. This was the stored energy of a stellar purge system that had been accumulating thermal load since the tremor's management architecture activation, working itself up to something. The corridor was narrow and warm and 112 meters long, and the sound at the far end of it, the sound of the containment seal housing, was the specific silence of a physical object waiting to be touched. The containment seal was at the end of the corridor, a cylindrical housing, roughly the diameter of a large pipe, with a series of lathe-turned locking rings at specific angular positions that the builder's technical documentation, cross-referenced in the mission briefing's technical appendix, included against the specific contingency of needing to operate builder purge systems in the field, specified had to be rotated to defined orientations in defined sequence to advance the purge activation. Not a lock, not a security feature, a confirmation protocol. The builder's engineers had required a technician to physically work through the confirmation sequence as evidence that the purge was being authorized by a person who understood what they were authorizing, not by an automated fault response that could trigger the vent based on misread sensor data. The sequence took approximately 90 seconds to complete when the operator knew the sequence and was working without impediment. The sequence required sustained physical presence at the seal for the entire 90 seconds, because each step in the sequence built on the previous step, and releasing the seal at any point in the sequence between step 1 and step completion caused the confirmation protocol to reset. The plasma cutters were at an estimated 150 seconds from achieving breach on the blast door housing. That estimate assumed the Syndicate's cutters were working against the builder's composite at the standard thermal resistance rating of builder composite at standard temperature. The blast door housing was in the proximity of the activated purge vent's pre-charge state, which meant the composite was not at standard temperature. The composite was warm. Warm composite had a reduced thermal resistance. The estimate was optimistic. What we need is someone at the seal for 90 seconds. Someone who stays at the seal through the entire sequence and does not release it until the sequence completes and the purge activates. The team had been at the seal end of the corridor for 11 seconds before anyone responded to this. The response was not verbal. It was Fixer moving to the seal housing and placing both hands on the first locking ring and looking back along the corridor at the 3 remaining operators, and at the distance between them and the seal, and the distance between the blast door housing and the plasma cutters working on it from the outside. "We're not flying out. We're riding a dead star's solar flare. The activation creates a pressure event in the conduit channel between the seal and the blast doors. If the doors are not fully open when the purge initiates, if the cutters breach the housing before the sequence completes and the housing structure is compromised, the pressure event may propagate into this corridor, rather than exclusively outward through the blast doors. The builder's composite is rated for the event. The corridor walls are rated. The suit's structural layer at current integrity is not rated for a direct purge pressure event at point-blank range, no. But it is rated for the attenuated pressure wave that would reach the corridor's far end if the doors open correctly and the primary event is directed outward. We exit from the far end of the corridor. The corridor exits through the cargo car's aft bulkhead. The cargo car's aft face is against the strut. We breach the strut housing, and we are in the interior volume on the strut's far side. On the far side from the Syndicate's surrounding positions, which are on the cargo car's lateral and forward faces. The Syndicate is also on the blast door's exterior side. The Syndicate is on the blast door's exterior side. The blast door's exterior side is the side the purge vents through. The plasma cutters on the blast door housing increased in pitch as the composite reached a new temperature threshold. Not a structural failure, not yet, but the sound of a material approaching a state where structural failure would begin to become a near-term possibility, rather than a distant one. Timeline. Cutters are working faster than the original estimate. Revised breach estimate is 90 seconds. The confirmation sequence is 90 seconds. There is no margin in the timeline for anything that is not the sequence completing before the breach occurs. Start the sequence. Fixer's hands moved on the first locking ring. The ring's resistance was not mechanical. The builder's locking systems did not use friction or mechanical resistance in the conventional sense. They used magnetic interactions between the ring's composite material and the housing's field state, and the interaction that had to be overcome was not friction, but field coherence. The ring resisting rotation, because rotating it meant breaking a field alignment that the housing had maintained for 900,000 years. The resistance was real. It was not insurmountable. It was exactly the resistance of something that had been waiting 900,000 years to be operated and was finally being operated. Ring 1, oriented, 17 seconds. Ring 2, oriented, 31 seconds total. The plasma cutters reached a new harmonic, a secondary resonance above the primary cutting frequency, the kind of overtone that the builder's composite produced when the material was at the edge of its thermal threshold, when the material's molecular structure was being worked faster than its self-repair capacity could maintain coherence. Not breach. Pre-breach. The state between intact and failing. Ring 3, resistance higher than Ring 2. The sequence was not evenly distributed. Each subsequent ring required more field coherence to overcome, because each ring's rotation was building the housing's activation state, and the activation state produced an opposing field gradient that increased with each completed step. The builder had designed a sequence that got harder as it progressed, because a sequence that got harder as it progressed was a sequence that rewarded commitment. A technician who had reached Ring 5 of 7 had invested enough into the sequence that releasing it was a meaningful choice rather than an automatic response to difficulty. Ring 3, oriented, 48 seconds total. The blast door housing produced a sound that was not the plasma cutters. A lower frequency, structural, the builder's composite at the housing's outer face, registering the thermal load of a sustained plasma cutter contact on a material that was pre-warmed by proximity to an activated purge vent. The sound lasted 4 seconds, and then the housing surface produced a different sound, the specific frequency that the builder's composite produced when the composite's surface layer was beginning to yield. Breach in approximately 50 seconds. Revised. Ring 4, oriented. 61 seconds total, 29 seconds remaining in the sequence, 50 seconds to breach. 21 seconds of margin, optimistically, if the revised estimate held and the remaining rings ran at the same pace as Ring 4. Ring 5, the highest resistance yet. Fixer's hands on the ring were not moving smoothly. The field gradient opposing the rotation was strong enough at this activation state to require sustained physical force, the force that the suit's joint actuators could provide at their current efficiency, which was the efficiency of a suit at 43% structural integrity. The suit was providing the force. The force was being provided. The ring was moving. Ring 5, oriented. 78 seconds total. 12 seconds remaining. The blast door housing was producing the pre-breach frequency continuously now. The plasma cutters had found the threshold and were holding the composite at it, working the material at the point where the molecular structure was failing faster than it was repairing. The breach opening in the composite at the cutting contact point, propagating outward from the contact at the rate the thermal load produced. Ring 6, oriented. 87 seconds total. 3 seconds remaining in the sequence. The breach in the blast door housing was not complete. The plasma cutters had opened a partial failure in the outer composite layer but had not reached the housing's structural core, had not created the full section failure that would constitute a functional breach. 3 more seconds of cutting to achieve full breach. 3 seconds remaining in the sequence. The last ring. Fixer's hands on Ring 7. The field gradient opposing Ring 7 was the full activation gradient of the housing's pre-charged state. The maximum resistance the sequence produced, at the moment when the housing was fully charged, and the only thing between the builder's 900,000-year-old thermal purge system and the activation event was 1 ring at 1 orientation. The plasma cutters reached full breach depth in the blast door housing. The last ring turned. The activation event was not a sound that the inner ear processed as a sound. It was a pressure event. A wave of expanding plasma moving through the purge vent's channel at the velocity that the dead star's last thermal output, accumulated in the vent system over 900,000 years of periodic purge cycles, could produce when released through a channel designed for exactly this release. The wave reached the blast doors at their full width, and the blast doors, designed to open outward, designed to direct the purge event away from the sphere's interior and toward the exterior, designed by the builders for exactly this application at exactly this scale, opened. The solar flare left the sphere, not a metaphor. The purge event reached the fractured hull plates at the vent's exterior terminus, and the hull plates, already fractured, already yielding. The deterioration the team had observed on entry accelerated at the point of the vent by proximity to 900,000 years of thermal purge cycles. Opened the way doors open when the force on one side is sufficient, and the plasma did what plasma does when there is no longer a wall between it and vacuum. Everything on the exterior side of the blast doors was on the exterior side of the blast doors when the purge event reached full pressure. The Syndicate personnel working the plasma cutters, the Syndicate personnel who had been surrounding the cargo car, the Syndicate personnel who had been waiting with geometric patience for the ammunition constraint to produce terms. They had been waiting on the correct side of every calculation except the one that had not been in the mission briefing and had not been in the Syndicate's intelligence picture and had not been on any map until the team had accessed the decade-old survey data in the last 40 minutes of a desperate stand. In the corridor, the attenuated pressure wave from the primary event reached the far end and hit the team at the force the builder's composite corridor walls had reduced it to. The suit's structural integrity indicators dropped. On 2 suits, the drop carried them below 30%. On the lowest suit, below 25%. All 4 suits still functional. All 4 operators still functional in the specific sense of being upright and in possession of the cargo and the corridor, and the aft face of the cargo car, and the breach point through the strut housing that opened onto the interior volume on the far side of the Syndicate's former positions. The light coming through the strut housing breach was orange-gold, the color of the plasma vein surface, and it was moving, and it was vast. The purge event was still propagating through the fractured hull's exterior, still pushing. The volume of plasma that the sphere had been accumulating in the vent system since the management architecture activated was not a small volume, and it was not finished. The Syndicate Vanguard had been standing in it. The mission had 14 rounds of ammunition and 40-plus containment vessels and suits running below 30% on 2 units, and a route that ran through a breach in a cross-brace strut into the sphere's interior volume on the far side of everything that had just been vaporized. The extraction beacon was in the suit's left thigh mount, undamaged. The stealth ship was waiting at the hull fracture. The hull fracture was on the far side of the sphere's interior volume, and the interior volume was currently lit with the color of a dead star's last solar flare. It was enough light to navigate by. Chapter 17, The Shadow Frontier. The Void received them without ceremony. The breach through the strut housing had opened onto the sphere's interior volume at the depth of the deep structural tier, and the interior volume at that depth was no longer dark. The Purge event had changed the light conditions of the sphere's entire interior in the way that a match changes the light conditions of a room. Not evenly, not completely, but enough that the visual information available to anyone inside the sphere had been revised upward by an order of magnitude. The plasma moving through the fractured hull's exterior terminus was still propagating. Its light was the deep orange gold of the plasma vein surface, and it traveled through the sphere's interior by reflection off every surface it reached, and the surfaces it reached were the surfaces of the sphere's entire structural lattice. Every strut, every cross brace, every cable and node and hull plate and junction in a structure spanning more than an astronomical unit, all of it briefly illuminated from below by the dead star's last emission. The team moved through that light on tethers, across the open interior volume, from the strut housing breach toward the upper structural tiers, and the passage network that led toward the outer hull. 4 operators, suits at below 30% integrity on 2 units and below 25 on the lowest. 40-plus containment vessels lashed to the formation with grapnel line, the lashing distributing the vessel's mass across the 4 operators in a configuration that the handling briefing had not covered, and that was the configuration that the available material permitted. The vessels glowed in the orange light of the Purge event, their own internal luminescence adding to the illumination, the golden fluid inside them catching the reflected plasma light and returning it in the specific way of a material that was still, at its molecular foundation, a stellar process. The extraction route was the route the mission had used on entry, reversed. The wiring labyrinth tier, the descent shaft, the outer corridor, the maintenance airlock. Reversed, which meant ascending through an environment that the team's descent had characterized and mapped, with the significant differences that the environment was now illuminated by a Purge event rather than by suit lighting, that the sphere's management architecture was still broadcasting its coordinated response, and that the suits were at below 30% rather than the nominal ratings they had entered with. The ascent took 41 minutes. 41 minutes of moving through the sphere's interior under conditions that the entry approach had not anticipated, and that the exit plan had not accounted for in any version the mission briefing had produced, because the exit plan had not anticipated that the exit would begin with the team inside a disabled cargo car at the deep structural tier, with 4 suits below operational tolerance and 40-plus isotope vessels in tow. The exit plan had anticipated a clean interception at a transit waypoint and a controlled retreat to the outer hull. Clean interceptions were the exit plan's preferred scenario. The exit plan's preferred scenario had not survived contact with the sphere's management architecture, the organic brain drone network, a gravity quake, a mag-lev derailment, a zero-gravity cargo car firefight, 2 lateral breaches, and a 900,000-year-old thermal purge system. The exit plan's actual scenario had survived all of those things. At the maintenance airlock, the PLC module ran its override sequence on the inner lock for the 4th time in the operation's history. 4th time, it opened on the 1st attempt. The module had accumulated calibration data on this specific lock from 3 prior operations. It knew the lock. The lock did not resist. The outer hull, the void. The extraction beacon activated from the left thigh mount, a compressed tight beam transmission on the mission's designated frequency, bounced through the relay package anchored in the fracture wall on entry, forwarded on the stealth ship's listening frequency. One transmission, 11 characters. The sum of what the beacon needed to say. We are here. Come now. The stealth ship had been holding position at 271 degrees below zero for the duration of the mission, its hull matching the ambient void, its drive systems at full suppression, its passive sensors tracking the sphere's external signature for the specific electromagnetic pattern that the extraction beacon would produce. The mission had been inside the sphere for what the mission's internal chronometer reported as 91 hours and 17 minutes. The stealth ship had been holding position for 91 hours and 17 minutes in the void outside a Dyson Sphere that had just produced a solar flare from its interior. The stealth ship's crew had noticed the flare. The response to the extraction beacon was 43 seconds. 43 seconds from the beacon's transmission to the first visual contact with the stealth ship breaking its thermal suppression, the hull temperature rising from ambient void as the drive systems came up from full suppression to active, the thermal bloom of a powered ship appearing in the suite's thermal sensors at a range of approximately 400 kilometers and closing at the maximum approach velocity the ship's drive rating permitted. The ship was not running a stealth approach. The ship was running a maximum velocity emergency recovery approach, and the thermal signature it was producing was the thermal signature of a ship that had decided the mission's asset recovery took priority over the ship's continued concealment. The extraction from the sphere's outer hull was not the controlled mag-lock recovery the mission briefing had described. The mission briefing had described a clean approach to a designated recovery point. The team mag-locked to the hull surface, the ship matching their position and extending its boarding ramp in a controlled docking sequence. The mission briefing's clean approach had not accounted for 40-plus containment vessels on grapnel line lashing and suits at below 30%, and a solar flare propagating through the sphere's fractured hull at an unknown rate in an unknown direction, including potentially the direction of the designated recovery point. The recovery the ship executed was a dynamic capture, a moving intercept at high approach velocity. The boarding ramp extended at maximum reach, the ship's drive systems adjusting in real time to arrest the relative velocity difference without producing a shock load that would transfer into the grapnel lashing and the vessels. The physics were identical to the grapnel deployment against the mag-lev train, reversed. A fixed formation being captured by a moving ship rather than a moving train being captured by a fixed formation. The physics were the same. The experience was the same category of controlled violence the formation had been accumulating since Chapter 2. The boarding ramp held. The magnetic capture system locked the team to the ramp surface. The ship's drive systems produced a deceleration that the suit's inertial sensors registered as a manageable load at current integrity. The ramp retracted. The ship's airlock cycled. The team collapsed on the deck. Not individually, not in sequence. Simultaneously, the specific simultaneous collapse of a formation that had been operating at continuous maximum stress for 91 hours and 17 minutes and had been informed by the ship's internal atmosphere cycling back into the suits that the environment was no longer actively trying to kill them. The collapse was not a loss of function. It was the body making a decision that the operational environment had finally stopped requiring it to override, and making the decision at the same moment as three other bodies that had been running the same override for the same duration. The suit's structural integrity alarms continued for several seconds after the collapse, registering the contact loads of 4 operators and 40-plus containment vessels distributed across the deck surface. Then the alarms cycled through their post-contact assessment and confirmed structural integrity, holding above catastrophic failure threshold, and the alert state dropped. 23% on the lowest suit, still functional, still holding. The vessels were secured, not to anything in particular, the deck surface, the bulkhead, The grapnel line still looped through the magnetic lock housings in its improvised lashing configuration. Secured in the sense that they were no longer in free drift, no longer subject to the zero-gravity cargo car environment, no longer being monitored by a passive telemetry system flagging their declining field strengths in the HUD periphery. The lowest vessel was at 41%, 1 point above the floor threshold. On a ship that had a cargo containment system rated for active stellar isotope transport, now engaged in actively managing the vessel's thermal environment, the decline rate would slow. The vessel at 41% was not going to reach 40% in the next several minutes. It would hold. It was going to hold. The ship came back to full stealth, running before the crew completed the hatch seal, drive systems returning to suppression, hull temperature dropping back toward ambient, the ship becoming invisible again the moment the recovery was complete, because the recovery was complete, and the ship's concealment was operational doctrine, and operational doctrine did not pause for acknowledgement. Through the observation port beside the deck hatch, a small port, crew access scale, oriented toward the sphere, the sphere's surface was visible, not dark. The Purge event had breached the hull at the vent's exterior terminus, and the plasma was still moving through that breach, and the breach was throwing light across the sphere's outer surface in the way that a fire throws light across a ceiling, illuminating the fractured solar plates and the deep fissures between them, and the slow warping of a structure that had been failing for 900,000 years and was now failing slightly faster in one localized section. The breach was not large relative to the sphere's surface area. The breach was enormous relative to anything human engineering produced. Both were true simultaneously. The comms system registered an incoming signal on the Syndicate's direct channel. The frequency the surviving enforcer had used, the frequency Rook had responded on in the cargo car. The signal was weak, attenuated by the sphere's composite hull material, by the distance between the ship's current position and whatever depth inside the sphere the transmission was originating from, by the interference of the Purge event's electromagnetic output propagating through the hull. Static heavy, barely above the noise floor of the comm system's receive sensitivity. The signal processing software ran 6 consecutive enhancement passes before it could extract something coherent from the noise. The something coherent was 4 words and an ellipsis that the signal processing rendered as a pause rather than as an absence of content. A pause in which something had been decided or remembered or acknowledged in the dark by someone who had just watched a 900,000-year-old Purge system eliminate their vanguard and had found the model updated but not invalidated. Rook's voice. Calm. Not the calmness of someone who was unaware of what had happened. The calmness of someone who had registered what had happened and had integrated it into their model of the situation and found the model updated but not invalidated. The Council thinks they locked away the fire, but down there in the dark, the shadows are just waking up. The transmission ended. The frequency returned to static and stayed static. The sphere's surface continued to glow at the breach point, the plasma light moving across the fractured solar plates in the irregular pattern of a thermal event working through fractured material, not uniformly, not predictably, finding the paths of least resistance through the plates' stress fissures and following them outward in branching lines of orange gold. From the ship's position, the sphere looked the way it had looked when the mission approached it 91 hours ago, vast, dark, dead. Except for the breach, except for the light coming through the breach, except for the voice that had just come through the breach on a frequency that the Syndicate still controlled. The shadow economy had not been destroyed. The convoy had been intercepted. The vanguard had been eliminated. The dock complex had been observed and catalogued. The management architecture had been activated, something the operation had not intended, and that would take the sphere's automated systems weeks or months to cycle back to dormancy, during which the sphere's interior conditions would be actively hostile to everything the Syndicate had built inside it. Weeks or months of hostile conditions, then dormancy again, then the sphere's interior returning to the state it had been in before the team entered. dark, controlled, producing weapons-grade stellar isotopes at an accelerating rate for transport to the inhabited sectors. Without the vanguard, without the convoy, with the management architecture having demonstrated that it could be triggered, and with Rook, somewhere in the deep structural tier, having already begun to think about what that demonstration meant for the operation's next iteration. The team had 41+ containment vessels on the deck. The team had a complete intelligence picture of the sphere's interior that no external survey had ever produced. The team had intercept data, communications records, faction profiles, the precise location and operational parameters of an isotope extraction operation that the Galactic Council had not known existed 3 weeks ago. None of that was the same thing as having stopped it. The ship moved away from the sphere on cold thrusters, the drive suppression holding the thermal signature at ambient void temperature, the hull cold and invisible and carrying 4 operators and 40+ glowing vessels, and the specific weight of a mission that had succeeded at everything it set out to accomplish and had discovered, at its completion, that the thing it set out to stop was considerably larger than the parameters it had been given to stop it. The sphere's surface grew smaller in the observation port as the ship moved away. The breach continued to glow. The shadow inside the sphere continued to produce its 4-second pulse, the dead star's heartbeat running at the interval Rook had been monitoring, the interval that had slowed 3% in 14 months, the interval that would continue to slow until the extraction that was feeding the slowing was interrupted in a way that was more complete than what had just been accomplished. The Galactic Council thought they had locked away the fire. The Council's certainty about this was indistinguishable from the Syndicate's certainty about the geometry of the cargo car standoff. Both had been built on what was visible from where they were standing and had not accounted for what was behind them. The sphere diminished in the observation port to a disk, then to a point, then to the absence of stars that it had always been. A dark place where stars were not, vast and still and patient, with a light at one edge that was already fading as the Purge event exhausted its fuel and the breach returned to the cold it had always been. The shadows were just waking up, had always been waking up. The light at the breach was already fading.